Call to order the meeting of the Los Gatos Planning Commission of April 24th, 2013. Could we have a roll call from the staff when he gets back here in a second?
Commissioner Birch,
Here.
Commissioner Sayoc,
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell,
Here.
Commissioner Talasfor,
Here.
Commissioner Bourgeois,
Here.
Vice Chair Smith,
Here.
Chair Erickson.
Here. Will you please stand and join Commissioner Sayoc, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A couple of points of information before we start the meeting tonight. For those of you who've seen the published agenda, we will be switching the order of the first two items in the agenda, hearing first the capital improvement projects program from the town, and following that with the application, the PD application and associated other applications for the Albright Way, Winchester property. At the conclusion of that first item, we're going to take, even though we hope that it won't take us too long, we're going to take a short break, probably be 15, 20-minute break or so. We have received a desk item that's almost 50 pages long when we arrived tonight, so we need to have, which has very valuable input from members of the public, so we need to take some time to be able to review that material so that we understand it and we can take it into consideration for the meeting tonight. So we would give you that warning and ask your indulgence while we do that relatively, what will appear relatively early in the meeting, we hope. The town of Los Gatos and this planning commission strongly encourages input from the public and their participation in the processes. There are generally three ways that people can provide input to this commission. One is written comments that are delivered to the staff that are then included either in the report that is distributed to the commission or, as we have tonight, a desk item. We had about 100 pages of public written comment before the meeting, and as I said, about 50 pages. We, on behalf of the Planning Commission, we want to say thank you to everybody who took the time to provide that input. It's a very valuable resource for us as we consider the important items that are in front of us. We also provide an opportunity, as with all public meetings in the town of Los Gatos, for people to provide comment during a meeting. There are will be two opportunities tonight. One is what on the agenda is referred to as verbal communications, which is an opportunity for the public to speak to the commission on any item that is not on the agenda tonight. The second opportunity is during the public hearing, the public portion of the public hearing for an agendized item. So so that would be either of the two items tonight. We have a number of cards already for what is on the original agenda, item number 1, the Albright Winchester, which we take in the second order. We have no speaker cards for the capital improvement program project. So we would want you to, if you want to comment on that, we would ask you to provide a speaker's card to the recording secretary to our left. We anticipated tonight having a significant number of members of the public who want to address the commission on the item that is associated with the Albright Way and Winchester property. We already have a number of cards. We would ask you to fill out a speaker's card and give it and pass it to the recording secretary to our left before we finish with the first item on the agenda and as we begin to take our break, so that we can get organized and be sure that we provide everybody that wants to address the commission an appropriate amount of time to do that. So we would ask you to do that. We'd ask you to do that so we can get organized and do that ahead of time and get those speaker cards to us by the time we take our break after the first item, if you would, please. We have minutes that were distributed from the April 10th meeting to the commission. Are there questions, corrections from the commissioners, or a motion to adopt? Commissioner Talasfor.
I have no questions. I would like to make a motion to adopt the minutes of the Wednesday, April 10th Planning Commission meeting. Oh, that's right, isn't it? Yes. I looked at two.
Motion from Commissioner
simultaneous.
Talasfor to adopt the minutes as distributed. Do we have a second? Commissioner O'Donnell seconds. Any other further comment? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, we have a rather lengthy set of written communications, so-called desk items, that we'll be reviewing when we take a break in a moment, following the hearing of the first item on the agenda. We have no requested continuances tonight. In addition to serving on the Planning Commission, members of the Planning Commission serve on committees of the town. There was a Historic Preservation Committee meeting this afternoon, which Commissioner O'Donnell is going to report to us on.
Thank you. Yes, we met at 4 o'clock today. We considered 4 matters. One is 207 Los Gatos Boulevard, which, as you know, is right up the hill. An existing beautiful old home has an existing what is called a widow's walk on it. However, the widow's walk was without benefit of clergy. So they asked us to review it to see that it was okay. We did approve it today, so that widow's walk was approved. Secondly, we were asked to review the proposal for 109 West Main Street, which is to be the new restaurant next to the coffee roasting place. And what we were asked to look at is proposed awning and proposed exterior paint. We did that. We approved the considerably different awning for that property. The paint, we've narrowed down to 2 choices, and they will put samples on the wall, and we will then look at the samples and make a selection. Then we had 2 matters which were not for motions, or were not final. One is 254, 256 Bachman. You may have noticed that old home. I think it was built in about 1909. Some improvements were made on that home that were not approved. The job was red tagged, and then we were brought in to try to see what could be done to the house. Today we approved the proposal to do it properly, so that was taken care of. And we were asked to look at, but not finally decide today, a lovely piece of property up on 60 Central Avenue. The home is a pre-41 residence and therefore is presumptively historical. However, after looking at it and without finally deciding, it was fairly clear that it was not deemed to be historical. But we will now wait for the new proposal on a new house before a decision is made as to whether the old house can be torn down and a new house can be built. And those are the 4 matters we considered.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Any questions for Commissioner O'Donnell? Thank you. We now would move to the agenda item, verbal communications. We do not have any speaker cards for anyone, member of the public, who would like to speak on an issue which is not on the agenda tonight. I don't see anyone coming forward, so we'll move on with the agenda. There are no items on a consent calendar this evening, and there are no continued public hearings. The next item on our agenda is consideration of the 5-year capital improvement plan for the fiscal years covering the periods of July 1st, 2013 through July 30th, 2018. I don't believe there are any disclosures from any commissioners with respect to the capital improvement program. So we will ask Kevin Rahani, who's the Assistant Director of Parks and Public Works, to give us a staff report.
Thank you. Chair Erickson, members of the Commission, I'm pleased to provide you an update on the upcoming capital improvement program. I will touch upon some of the key projects, and I'll be happy to answer any specific questions you might have. We're very excited. We have a very active capital improvement program coming up in the town of Los Gatos, wide range of projects, and I will again touch upon some of the feature projects. Under the street section, the Almond Grove neighborhood, which has been in the talking stages for a number of years, due to the funding that was allocated, we will be doing some reconstruction of the streets in the Almond Grove area. These are all of the concrete streets in Almond Grove. This is a multi-year project. We will be starting engaging the neighborhood in discussion about the specifics of the project. No construction activity will take place in this year, 2013, but we're hoping to work through the process and neighborhood and be able to start some construction in 2014, 2015. One of the other projects that's been of interest to the council and community has been the electric vehicle charging station. We have a number of them in town, in the downtown area, and we're going to be working to expand that to provide more charging stations around town. We also have a very active parks program. We have a number of very exciting parks projects to really enhance the look and feel of the parks in Los Gatos. Over the past few years, we've been doing enhancements, and during this fiscal year, this upcoming fiscal year, we will be working on Blossom Hill Park, Oak Meadow Park, Live Oak Manor, and House Play Lot, improving pathways, irrigation, lighting. These are all areas that has been in need of repair and replacement, and we've got funding allocated for it, so we're very excited about that. We're also going to be working on a number of our open space trails. Los Gatos is fortunate to have a lot of open spaces, and we have trails that have been in need of repair. We are going to get to those projects and do some enhancements. Also on our future Los Gatos Creek Trail, north of Rock Avenue near Charter Oaks Drive, that area has been chronically experiencing flooding in winter months, and we plan to do some repairs to address that deficiency. On the facility front, there's going to be two major projects going to be undertaken actually on this campus. One of them is renovating the old library building after our new library was built. Council has allocated funding to do some improvements with the library. There are some new usages that's going to take place there. We would be replacing the heating, air conditioning system, elevators, bathrooms to bring them up to current standards. None of those have been improved for almost 50 years, and they've long past their lifespan. And lastly, actually in this chambers, the audio video system here is about 10 years old and is in need of some repair and replacement. And this coming year, this system will be replaced with a more modern and functional system. That briefly concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rahani. Are there questions from members of the commission? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Mr. Rahani. Just, I may be remembering incorrectly from last year, but it seems like Quito Road Bridge replacement has been on the CIP for a decade or so. And I thought I remembered last time that it was imminent, and now I see it's pushed to 2016. Can you maybe explain what's
Sure.
going on there?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. The Quito Road Bridge project, there are two bridges on Quito Road, primarily in Saratoga, a brief small sections in Los Gatos. This has been a project that Saratoga has had the lead on with Town of Los Gatos and Santa Clara Valley Water District. Those bridges have been long outdated, need to be replaced, and some roadway improvements. It has taken quite a bit of time because some of the right-of-way complications that City of Saratoga has experienced trying to get the right-of-way to do the improvements. And I know every year I come to you and say this is happening, and it gets dragged on. But the latest thing that I've been told by the Saratoga staff is they have worked out through the right-of-way issues that they have had since so much time has lapsed on the project. The original consultant is no longer part of the team. They're hiring a new structural consultant to basically pick up the design, finish it, and move on through the environmental clearance. That actually right now they've hired a consulting firm to do the environmental clearance. So their goal is to finish this thing next 2 years and start construction in 2015. That's the latest I have for you.
And if I may just follow up, and it looks like our cost share on that has significantly increased. Is that just because of the time lapse?
Our cost share actually to this moment has stayed the same. They have they have asked more funding from Caltrans because that was a federal project. Caltrans pays 88% and the agencies pay 12%. So the 12% is divided between us, Saratoga, and War District. So we're working with them as they refine their project. Again, they're hiring a new consultant to update the cost estimate. So I would expect there will be some adjustment at this moment. I don't expect any until next fiscal year.
Other questions for Mr. Rouhani? We don't have any, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sayak.
Thank you. Mr. Rouhani, thank you. I do have two questions with regard to the street improvements, specifically Winchester Boulevard and Knowles intersection and Los Gatos Boulevard and Lark. So these projects are being funded through an assessment for traffic mitigation impacts from a private development. With regard to the Winchester Knowles, is that the recent project that was approved that's under construction currently?
The recent project that you mentioned was approved and is actually under construction. We've been Winchester Knowles has been on our radar for some time to do the improvements. Town did not have the right-of-way. When that project got initiated through their planning and the building process, we obtained right-of-way to do the project. So that's why that project now is under design, and actually we finished the design. It's being bidded right now, and we should have construction starting this summer, and it is paid by our traffic mitigation.
So that would include the mitigation factors that we had put in place with regard to that project?
Correct.
Okay. And then with regard to the Lark and Los Gatos, if you could just elaborate on that one? Similarly,
we have a number of intersections, Lark, Los Gatos Boulevard, that depending on the level of improvements and development that are done, there would be enhancement to those projects. Winchester Knowles, we know the extent of the work, so it's been taking place. Lark, Los Gatos Boulevard, depending on the outcome of the North 40 project and process, if that project moves forward and gets approved, we would finalize the top of mitigation that intersection would require and then pursue with that project. That's why it's not in the 13-14 fiscal year.
And if I may, just one more process question. So if I understand correctly, improvement occurs on an as-needed basis, and so the example that I'm thinking of is the project on Los Gatos Boulevard and Gateway. If they had paid into the traffic mitigation fund, am I saying that correctly? The impacts from that development, the changes and improvements would try to mitigate what's happening from that project?
Correct. All of our projects, various development projects in town, based on our current policies, they pay in the broader traffic mitigation funds. And those funds are used to address various improvements, traffic improvements we need around town.
And one more question. So when we're doing environmental reviews and traffic analysis, do they take into consideration the improvements that will be coming into place? So when they look at queuing and traffic delays, or do they just look at what's currently in place?
No, we look at the big picture. All of these projects look at not only the specific project, but also the cumulative projects, streets, intersections in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Talasfor.
I do have one question. First of all, I was glad to hear about the Almond Grove moving forward and meeting with neighbors. I think that's really important. There's such a special area of town, but I'm curious, the streets that will be included, will it go as far as Broadway or not? Because I'm thinking Almond Grove is like Bachman to Pennsylvania, and to the...
By definition, the Almond Grove, different people have different definition of the area. But we undertook actually a project 2 years ago to start improving the upper part of Almond Grove. Those are the streets that were asphalt streets, Hernandez, Pennsylvania, up there. And we finished half of those streets last year. This summer, we actually have a project right now, it's bidded, and we'll be finishing up all of the other asphalt streets. What remains are 11 concrete streets. Broadway is one of them, Bachman, Saul, Tate, Wilder. All of those is what we're going to be involved with and discuss with the neighbor prioritization, going through that process. So, but we're talking solely the concrete streets.
Oh, I see. And so would that include a discussion of materials as well?
Yes,
for the-
absolutely.
all
This
of
is I know being a historical district, right now the streets are concrete, so we will be discussing all of that with the neighbors. A lot of factors. That's why it takes a while to work through a process, and we're not breaking ground certainly this year.
Okay.
This is the next year. I'm working through the neighbors.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Rahani? We do not have any cards from the public who would like to provide us comments, but we would invite anyone to come forward who would like to comment. If not, are there further questions from the commission or comments on the capital improvement program, or a motion to recommend its adoption to the council? Commissioner Bourgeois.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Bourgeois,
Second.
second by Commissioner Smith. Any further comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We, as I announced earlier, we're going to take as short a break as we can. My guess is it'll be 15, 20 minutes for us to read the desk item that we had. And we would remind everyone who is here from the public, if you would like to speak on the next item on the agenda, we would ask that you fill out a speaker's card at this time and pass it to the recording secretary to our left so that we can be sure we have everything in order when we return. We will see you in about 15 minutes. April 24th of the Planning Commission of the Town of Los Gatos. Thank you for your patience while we had an opportunity to review the desk items. Very important input for us from the public, and thank you to everyone for providing the speaker cards as we ask ahead of time, so we will be able to recognize everyone that was provided a speaker card and allow everyone 3 minutes to speak as we have, as our normal protocol is. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing considering plan development application PD 12001, architectural site application S-12-078, and environmental impact report EIR 12003, which is requesting approval to modify the existing plan development to allow for the redevelopment of the existing site with up to 550,000 square feet of new office R&D buildings, and approval to construct those improvements represented in the plan development. May I have a show of hands from the commissioners who visited the site. Are there any disclosures by a commissioner for this item? Mr. Paulson, may we have the staff report?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Erickson. As evidenced by the lengthy staff report, addendum, desk item, draft EIR, and final EIR that you've all reviewed, tonight we will present a brief presentation. The applicant is proposing to create a new PD overlay to replace the existing PD overlay designation for the property. The PD overlay will allow the redevelopment of the site with expanded commercial use, office R&D use. The PD zone is a specifically tailored development tool that designates site-specific zoning regulations consistent with the general plan, sets development standards for the site, and establishes site guidance. The new PD establishes the permitted uses, the maximum square footage, which in this case is up to 550,000 square feet, the maximum height, which for the commercial buildings is up to 65 feet maximum, and the parking garage is 35 feet with a maximum up to 49 feet for potential solar installation. The PD and the architecture and site plans that are before you contain setback minimums. The minimum parking requirement that the applicant's proposing is 3.3 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. The architecture and site application conforms with that and actually provides 3.5 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. The PD also sets the maximum lot coverage, which is also consistent with the zoning designation, which is a maximum of 50% pursuant to the zoning code. However, the actual maximum they're proposing is 22.4%. The PD also establishes additional site improvements with drive aisles, parking, landscape improvements, and hardscape improvements. The PD is before you and also being heard at the same time as the plan development application, the architecture and site. The architecture and site must conform to the parameters of the PD overlay zone, which in this case it does. As referenced before, the town has prepared an EIR for the proposed project. The town prepared a draft EIR, received a number of comments from both public and trustee agencies as well as individuals. A final EIR responses to those comments that were received on the draft EIR was prepared. And the draft EIR and final EIR contain mitigation measures to bring any potentially significant impacts down to a less than significant level. As outlined in the staff report, there are a number of issues that the Planning Commission should consider when they're making their recommendation to the Town Council. And those are listed on the screen. I'll read them off. Those are the height, the proposed height, mass and scale of the project, neighborhood compatibility, the proposed community benefit by the applicant. The project will be phased, so the proposed phasing. There are signs that will be potentially visible from the freeway, so that is another component that the Commission should consider. The project is subject to the common design guidelines of the commercial design guidelines, as well as certain instances of the guidelines and standards for land use near streams, and obviously consistency with the general plan is required. The next three slides are mirrors of what are in your staff report as far as proposed actions. I won't go through these. We have the actions for the plan development application. We have the actions for the architecture and site application. And then we have actions, alternatives that the commission could consider, which are forwarding a recommendation that may differ from what staff has recommended, or forwarding a recommendation of denial. And lastly, the commission could forward the matter without a recommendation and just forward the item on to the town council, as they're going to be the final deciding body. Obviously, the town council will receive verbatim minutes of tonight's meeting, and that concludes staff's report. Staff and a number of consultants are available. And with that, I'm going to actually turn it over to Jim Moose from Remy Moose Thomas, who is representing the town on the CEQA matter, for some brief comments.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I'd like to start out by saying I very much appreciate the opportunity to work for the town and have enjoyed working with your very fine staff and consultants on the project. I've been asked to say just a few words on the nature of this environmental document because of the history of this project and the fact that it was before you previously on a different kind of environmental document. As you know, of course, you saw this project in an earlier incarnation in the past with a mitigated negative declaration. And now we have an environmental impact report. So I just want to talk a little bit about how the standards differ for those two documents. Under CEQA, a mitigated negative declaration is the proper document for a project where it's clear that there will not be any significant effects on the environment. The flip side of that is that where there may be significant effects on the environment, the proper document to prepare is an EIR. The word may has been understood by the courts to mean where it can be fairly argued based on substantial evidence that there may be a significant effect on the environment, then an EIR is the appropriate document. And a kind of a lay way to cut through that is if there's a disagreement amongst experts or disagreement amongst individuals as to the significance of impacts, and substantial evidence supports an opinion that there may be a significant effect, then the agency has a duty to prepare the EIR. Once you're in an EIR, however, the standards are different. A court would uphold an EIR as long as substantial evidence supports the lead agency's conclusions. So whereas a spirited disagreement over the significance of impacts where you're looking at a mitigated negative declaration might be enough to push you into an EIR, that's not true where you're in an EIR. It's quite common where an EIR has been prepared for members of the public to disagree with the conclusions of the document. That wouldn't mean it was deficient. As long as substantial evidence supports the lead agency's determinations, then a court would uphold the conclusions in an EIR, which is a long way of saying that when you're in this particular document, you don't need to achieve consensus or unanimity amongst the community about conclusions in the document. As long as substantial evidence supports the conclusions, then you'd be in a good shape legally. And I'd be happy to answer questions over the course of the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson, Mr. Moose. Are there questions of the staff at this time from the Commission? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I have two quick questions. First one for Mr. Moose and then for Mr. Paulson. Just to be clear, given the challenge and the fact that we've got a new environmental document and actually a new project because it looks substantially different than the last one, I just want to confirm that we're hearing this de novo and the previous rulings have no guidance to the decision we're making tonight.
That's correct. What the court said was prepare an EIR.
Okay.
And there were two topics that needed to be addressed at a minimum, aesthetics and traffic. But what you have before you is a full EIR looking at everything, and there's no guidance from the court as to how to go about writing the EIR. So it is a blank slate.
Great, thank you.
And just for further clarification, the town council did rescind the prior approvals, so this is a new project, new look, new description, and Planning Commission looks at it, as you said, de novo on first impressions.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to get that on the record to start with. And then a question for Mr. Paulson. In the staff recommendations of actions we can take tonight, I see recommendations approval or recommendations of denial. I don't see an option. I'm not trying to predetermine anything. I just want to understand what my suite of options are of sending it back for redesign. Is that not something that's on the table for us tonight? It's only we either approve it or deny it?
Well, that's always an option. Staff's
Okay.
recommending approval of the project as they did with the prior project.
Okay.
So that is an option.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is either to Mr. Moose or Mr. Paulson. In terms of process, because the courts have continuing, I guess, jurisdiction over this EIR, does it changes the process in how we determine and evaluate it, or do we continue our process as we normally do when evaluating EIRs and making recommendations?
You would conduct this proceeding the same way you do any other proceeding with an EIR. The only difference is that if and when this project were to be approved by the town council, we would have to go back to court and get the court's blessing on the adequacy of the environmental review. That's built into the judgment.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have some questions about the EIR, some CEQA-related questions. Would now be the time for that, or
I think that'd be fine.
should the CEQA consultant come up, or should I just address them here and we'll go from there?
Yeah, I think we'll address them to the staff, and Mr. Polson will direct them to the most appropriate party.
Okay, I have two big picture questions on the CEQA document. Like Mr. Moose said, the ruling from the court was got to look at traffic and got to look at aesthetics, and of course they looked at the whole suite of things. In all my time reviewing and working on EIRs, the aesthetics section was always one that caused me to pause, and I wanted to ask some questions about the thresholds of significance there. It looks like for traffic, it's pretty clear cut. We have a policy about level of service and what constitutes. So the town has basically provided significance criteria for traffic. So that's pretty straightforward. You do the analysis, you look at the significance criteria. For aesthetics, it's a little different. And it looks like the significance criteria were pulled straight out of Appendix G of the EIR. So it's pretty loose language. So I would love for someone to discuss a little bit more about how they assessed significance to aesthetics. That to me is just something that's very kind of gray, and I would like to understand the thought process of how that was analyzed.
I can take a stab at the legal part of it, and then ask someone else to talk about how the actual technical analysis was done. You're correct that the thresholds of significance are derived from the questions in the sample initial study checklist that the state of California provides, Appendix G to the CEQA guidelines. That was an option the town had. It's a very common practice, I think, because there are no rules in the law about how to go about doing this sort of analysis. It's a common thing that for consultants and staffs for lead agencies to take those questions and turn them into the thresholds. So it's a legitimate thing. It's not a mandatory thing. The law doesn't really tell us how to go about doing it. So those thresholds are derived from questions which have to be asked, but they don't have to be treated as thresholds. So that's how we got the thresholds, but I'm not the person who applied those, so I won't purport to answer how the analysis was done.
So our environmental consultant, Fritz Geyer, will speak to that issue.
Good evening. My name is Fritz Geyer, Geyer & Geyer Consulting, and we are the environmental consulting firm that prepared the EIR. The analysis of visual and aesthetic impacts are probably one of the most difficult parts of the EIR process. And I'm sure you're aware of that. So in the EIR, we present a methodology as to how the analysis was done. We look for guidance in the analysis from the town staff, and we also use standards that we are aware of in other communities to assess what kind of visual impacts will result from a project. So to answer your question directly, basically we look for guidance from the town because in various jurisdictions that we work in, the standards, as you probably well can imagine, vary from community to community. And so given the amount of time that we've been working in the town of Los Gatos, we use our past experience with the town and our professional judgment.
Can I make one comment? I think I'm personally going to follow up on this issue during commission discussion, but I gave a lot of thought to this, and one of the things that comes to me about what a Los Gatos aesthetic is when I'm driving into town on Highway 85 and I look over toward the hospital, and there's a corner there where the boundary between San Jose and Los Gatos is, and you can see buildings, medical buildings on one corner that are 2, maybe 3 stories, nicely done buildings, and then right across the street you have this huge monolith that San Jose built. And it's just, it's right at the property boundary, and it's a very stark contrast of what the aesthetics of the two towns are. And so that's kind of a vision that I keep in mind when I'm trying to analyze aesthetics. To me, that's a good example of a Los Gatos aesthetic versus a San Jose aesthetic. So that's just something that's in my train of thought. So I'll move on to my second question now. Alternatives analysis. So section 5.5. There's a section on the environmentally superior alternative, and I understand you're not required to select that, but you know, when the alternative analysis was done, you come up with an environmentally superior alternative that was not selected, and there's just like a throwaway sentence at the end of that section saying, we didn't select this because it didn't meet some of the project objectives. And so I don't want to put you on the spot right now, but at some point I'd like a little more discussion as to you know, why that was not selected, maybe a little more detail about the project objectives that were not met and why that results in not selecting that project. So that's...
I think Jim could probably offer some guidance there.
My recollection of the text is that it doesn't say that the environmentally superior alternative was not selected because it doesn't meet most of the objectives. It simply says it doesn't meet some of the objectives. I don't believe it's rejected. It would have not been appropriate for staff to purport to reject an alternative when the decision on that is made by the decision makers of the town. We're processing an application that a landowner has submitted. So that is the project that we're required to process. So we've identified something other than what the applicant has put forward as the environmentally superior alternative because that's a requirement of CEQA. And the note that it didn't meet all the objectives was just informational. It's not really pertinent to the conclusion that this particular alternative was environmentally superior. It was just a little extra information added to that, but we did not intend to suggest that that alternative therefore had to be rejected or that it was the function of staff to make that decision.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm done.
Commissioner Talaswar.
Thank you. I have a rather general question, and it's about when do zoning changes, and I guess it's to staff, when do zoning changes need to be consistent with the general plan, and when do they not?
Every zone change needs to be consistent with the general plan.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions at this time? If not, we'll move to the public portion of the public hearing, and I believe John, and provide the applicant an initial opportunity to spend 10 minutes addressing the commission. I believe John Schenk will be representing the applicant. Mr. Schenk.
Thank you, Chair Erickson. If I may, I'm going to try to get a handoff of the clicker here. Thank you very much. Chair Erickson, members of the Planning Commission. My name is John Schenk. My address, 700 Emerson Street, Palo Alto. I'm honored to be back in front of you with our applications for a revised plan development rezoning and A&S. An environmental impact report has been prepared and finalized and submitted to you for your consideration. And I'd like to start out just thanking staff. I've watched a tremendous amount of work and time go into the analysis and the preparation of all of these documents and reports, and I want to thank them for that. Almost 10 years ago, I had the privilege of being in front of the Planning Commission, sharing a vision for the Los Gatos Gateway property. As a result of that approval, there we go. As a result of that approval, Los Gatos was able to keep and become the home of Netflix and to attract other businesses, to enjoy excellent jobs, and certainly some wonderful revenues. The Gateway project proved that diversifying the office space and intensifying employment in the right part of town is very beneficial to the community. 10 years later, we have a very similar opportunity in front of us. And the opportunity is to further diversify the town's office spaces and retain and attract first-class job creators, which provide wonderful revenues and great jobs. The goal of being a full-service community is supported by the project. Over the last 2 years, there have been 10 public hearings on the project. We've held 9 neighborhood meetings, many one-on-one meetings, and worked consistently with town staff. Over 1,100 properties were mailed notices of the project, as well as of our community-wide neighborhood meeting. The application before you presents an opportunity to allow a very significant reinvestment to occur. And that reinvestment will create a premier corporate office campus consistent with general plan goals and policies, with minimal visual impacts through the retention of the perimeter trees that exist on the property today, and the addition of significant additional landscaping and tree canopy. Sustainable green building practices are incorporated into the design and the layout of the campus. We've refined the project, as we're noting here, since 2011, and to respond to various concerns that we heard from the community, the commission, the council. And at the same time, over this period of time, we've been able to hone and be far more specific in the targeting of the market that we want to serve, which is the Class A corporate headquarters tenants or companies. The highlighted changes I want to point out are that we've eliminated the development agreement, removed all of the housing, reduced the maximum height from 85 feet to 65 feet, which you'll see or you'll hear from me is very akin to the Netflix buildings at the Gateway project today, which are 60 feet at their tallest point. And we also demonstrated on height, the height of these buildings per what the town council asked us to do by raising the cherry pickers with the orange netting. And we added an additional one in response to a specific request from our neighbors within Charter Oaks. The application now reflects a lot of things that were recommended to the council from this commission in the past, and importantly, nail on the head the need of the tenants we hope to attract to this tremendous property. What's attractive to the high-tech employers are projects that have large floor plates, high ceilings, lots of natural light that come into the workspace, and we've done that. They provide enough area in each building to make them efficient for these companies. That they have great outdoor spaces that can be used as outdoor workspaces. And I think, through a building like this, that the architecture is inspired by the actually, it was inspired by the library, but the use of the natural materials in lots of glass are very key in addressing those needs. We've prepared numerous visual simulations from locations identified in previous public hearings the town has held. Our experts have followed the town's experts, the visual simulation consultants' protocols. We've had them prepared. We've submitted them to the town's expert, along with the metadata that goes along with those to be validated, and they have all been confirmed as being accurate. The simulations I'm going to go through quickly are from, the first one here is from the path. There's a pathway near the end of Almond Hill Court within the Charter Oaks neighborhood, looking toward Winchester, where our building number 4, our southernmost building, is planned. The second one here is from a sidewalk along Willow Hill Court within Charter Oaks, looking north toward the planned parking structure. The third one here is from the Creek Trail, looking west at the property, and what's visible there is the eastern side of the parking structure. And the last one here is at the Highway 85 off-ramp to Winchester Boulevard. We've worked hard to respect our neighbors by significantly increasing the setbacks. We also propose to add landscaping to further screen views of the project. And in meetings with neighbors, especially in Charter Oaks, I've offered to add additional landscaping in strategic locations if it's desired by them, to help further screen the property if that's their wish. The EIR has been prepared in accordance with CEQA. The analysis is based on professional, scientific, and technical standards and methodologies that are consistently used and applied in the preparation of EIRs. The town's experts and attorneys, as are we, are confident that that the analysis is sound. Traffic has been an area of concern raised by some. The traffic studies have been extensively peer-reviewed by third-party experts. We will be paying for and making transportation improvements along the Winchester Boulevard, Lark Avenue corridor. Additionally, we're paying into the traffic impact fees as required by town code. And the studies show that the level of service will not fall below the town's standards. The economic benefits to the community from this redevelopment are significant. The project more than pays for itself. It generates an annual revenue stream for the town for its general fund, and there will be substantially higher property taxes. We estimate the property tax base will be about $325 million. We recognize the application isn't typical. Just like the Los Gatos Gateway project that was met with great support and strong opposition, our application offers a vision for Los Gatos' future. It will serve as a foundation for a diverse set of significant long-term benefits to the town, mainly being the town's ability to attract and retain quality employers, like Netflix and the Gateway project did. After a thoughtful and comprehensive review of our application, your professional staff recommends approval. The rezoning's vision and ability to meet many general plan goals is compelling. We respectfully request your support of the staff's recommendation tonight and to forward it to the town council expeditiously. We now have deadlines mandated in our leases that we need to meet, so I ask of you to document your thoughts and your recommendations and allow us to also move on to the council. We've put our best project forward, given it a lot of thought, and we ask for your support. I'm here to answer questions. We do have our team of consultants, architects, landscape architects, to be responsive and helpful as you consider the applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schenk. Are there questions at this time of Mr. Schenk, the applicant? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Mr. Schenk. First of all, so the town, when we are granting a planned development, our ordinance say we do it for two primary reasons. One is for excellence in planning, and the second is to optimize open space. So I know there's a lot of conflicting issues you're trying to grapple with when you're doing a site plan of this scale. So if you could put up the site plan and kind of walk me through why the buildings are where they are, because I got to say, my first gut reaction, and this helps when it's colored in, but my first gut reaction seeing it is it's basically a huge parking lot. There's a lot of asphalt, there's a lot of parking. And when you look at the placement of the buildings, I know, and that's why I want to understand all the different constraints you're dealing with, because it doesn't look like tree impacts was considered a big constraint, because there's significant tree impacts, and the buildings could have been placed differently to protect more trees, which would help with the screening, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'd like to understand all the rationale behind how you arrived at this site plan.
Sure. Get out my pointer. This may be helpful. There we go. Yeah, one of the driving factors in the beginnings, we started to lay out the buildings differently than last time, was to move the buildings further from the creek trail. There was a sensitivity last time to preserving the creek trail, so we wanted to move the buildings away from the creek trail. Having them along Winchester Boulevard is good and desirable, and certainly with the existing trees screening that's there, it was a way to take advantage of that. The building's dimensions are one thing that are very, I don't want to say scientific, but there's math and experience that goes into why a building that meets the needs that we're trying to serve are the dimensions that they are. There's distances from the windows to the core and the amount of square feet on any given floor that kind of create the ideal building. And as we take those pieces and move them around, they made the most sense across the front. They didn't line up, we didn't want them to line up very well, but they also don't line up very well. So we get this kind of train wreck approach to the site plan. We think it's, one of the architects has described it as episodic. As you get in, it's interesting to have the buildings open and close and have a less regular experience when you're in the property than you might have in some other commercial properties. Some of that actually is because we're moving around trees and trying to save this one. The site plan is so different from the existing scenario, we couldn't obviously save all of the trees. The green in this cheats a bit, obviously. It's showing green or gray where the parking lot is, I concede. There is, as one travels the property today, I think everybody gets a sense of it's green and it's open and it has a feeling to it. This project has an acre less coverage than existing. So sometimes it's hard to kind of think of 21.5 acres on I usually see it on an 8.5, 11 piece of paper. But in looking at it that way, it is actually more green, less coverage. In terms of intensity, maybe a good data point is the Gateway project across the freeway there. The town doesn't use FAR as a measuring stick, if you will. But in comparing the two, I'm trying to recall the exact numbers, the Gateway project is about a 0.85 FAR, and this project is about 30% less, maybe 0.56 or 0.58. Far less intense. So in terms of driving around and how does it feel and how do we like it, this project is intentionally less intense, less coverage. We get that by having the buildings be 4 stories instead of 3 or instead of 2. By putting the buildings together, we importantly meet the needs of the tenants we're trying to attract and retain. And we have more building more efficiently put together and covering less land.
Thank you. Could I follow up to that? Since you brought up the creek trail and trying to push away from that, which I appreciate, I guess I was hoping for a little better connectivity with the trail. I mean, you're going to be a major potential job center here, and you're within a 2-mile bike ride in either direction of a ton of housing. Mm-hmm. So it seems like there could have been a better connection, both from an access standpoint to try and minimize some of that car traffic impacts that everyone's so worried about, as well as from a habitat perspective. I don't really see any kind of significance to a small landscaping strip. And when you look at the guidelines for land use near streams, they also indicate concern about nighttime headlights shining into riparian corridors, which is a big concern. And you've significantly increased that over the existing conditions as well with pushing all the parking. So there, I would have liked to have seen maybe some sort of screening and a bigger vegetative buffer to the corridor, maybe some sort of entry feature to try and promote people using the trail for commuting. And so I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about how you can or can't integrate the Los Gatos Creek Trail.
Sure. I share your thoughts. In our plan of 2010, we showed a more formal entry point or access point to the Creek Trail. We were told by the Water District that we should not have a connection to the Creek Trail. The Water District desires minimal entry and exit points. And because we have one here, that's in their comments on the EIR and such, we were told that's the point. So where the access point, the site has sidewalks that come down, cut across. We go out through the point at where Charter Oaks and the Creek Trail merge. So that becomes the access point. There is, again, the 21.5 acres here looks small. The landscaping area there between the parking and the property line is expanded versus what's there today, and we're actually going to landscape it and maintain it and all of those things. I think there's berming that happens there. I can't recall. We have our landscape architect to talk to that if you like, to screen the cars better. We all know today the cars are lined right there and there's tan bark basically. But in terms of the Creek Trail, we love using it. having it connected, kind of goes to the bike lockers and the bike racks and all of these things. Very important. We think it's a real amenity for the property to be as proximate as it is to the Creek Trail. And I think even today, it's no secret, Netflix is leasing some buildings out here today. They're leasing a portion of 14600 and a building 90, which is about in here. And I sit out here, or I'm doing tours with people, and I see employees using the Creek Trail wonderfully just to go back and forth between the projects. So we want to enhance it. We were told by the Water District we can't have our own. Be happy to pursue it with you.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that in commission discussion. So one final question, Mr. Chair. So we've heard over the past couple months from Charter Oaks residents, and town council has as well. I've seen them at their meetings. It sounds like you have as well. And you've said you changed or added a cherry picker in response to that. Could you show me, I saw them on the ground, but you could show me which ones you added and where? I think I figured out where most of them are relative to your building, but if you could just show me where the cherry pickers are and which is the one that you added in response to the
Sure.
neighbors.
I have an image, but I can just kind of point to it here. So quickly, the council's direction was for me to have a demonstration of height here, 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 and right in here. And those locations were picked by where would the buildings be most visible from the outside. The reason it was here and not here is that, frankly, here it was so well screened it wouldn't have been viewed. So we were told to go to this corner. The one that we added, well, actually, when we put them up early. The direction was that we put them up 3 weeks prior to public hearing. We put them up an extra 3 weeks early for people to see, comment on during the EIR process, et cetera. And while we did that, we had our first neighborhood meeting with Charter Oaks, and they had asked, hey, why not on our side? So we, at the time, we moved some around, and we moved one to this location. Thank you. If you'd like me to show you more exactly, I can. But we moved it to demonstrate this corner. We moved one to demonstrate this corner. And the one here, we moved and had it sit up over building 100 to show the back corner closest to Charter Oaks. The one that we moved this one back to comply with the town council requirements. We moved this one back to this side. This one we left. So this one is still there today at the back of building 14600. From my perspective, it was certainly the most proximate to Charter Oaks, and it's the area that had the least existing screening, although it's very well screened, and there's photos. I have them, but you may have seen them in the EIR that show pictures of it, as well as from. We've used the cherry picker to go up as if we were on the second floor, third floor, fourth floor, looking back at Charter Oaks to show what would be seen from the office as residents were worried about their privacy. Sure.
Commissioner Birch.
To add on to something Commissioner Bourgeois had asked, on some of the drawings that you gave us to review with our packet, there's a note that states that the conceptual plan shown on this sheet, which is the plan shown above, is one of numerous possible configurations. And it states that the actual site plan is to be determined through the architectural and site approval process. Is this your final plan, or could this still be a moving target that will change later down the road?
Sure. Quick answer. What you're looking at is the zoning. The zoning does set forth conceptual boundaries, ideas. The ANS package that you have that we're submitting at the same time is the project. The zoning would allow in the future a change. We'd have to come back with a project, but the zoning would allow a change. The ANS package is what it is. They happen to mirror each other. So it's technically the zoning does have that wiggle room because it's a zoning. The ANS is concrete, if you will.
All right, one further question. Sure. In looking at the amount of parking on the site, did you ever investigate using underground parking beneath the buildings? Because that is a very common practice in Silicon Valley with all these high-rises that are going up. Did you review that to perhaps either minimize the parking on the site or to even provide space for an additional building and reduce the height of all the buildings overall?
Yeah, we did. I think generally the main reasons that we did not pursue underground parking, the garage itself, sometimes people have asked me, it's because of the slope of the property, the western end is in a way underground, it's tucked in, but it's not underground as you're referring to it. We didn't do it for two reasons. One is the time and the environmental impacts. We were very sensitive in the EIR process to construction emissions, air quality, greenhouse gases, dust. Digging big holes is a significant construction exercise and would have created longer construction periods and more of those impacts. It's also more expensive. And as I say, when we looked at this, if we felt from a marketing perspective that we needed to do it to meet the needs of the tenants and the desires of the tenants, it becomes something that you struggle with on a business perspective because it's expensive, but you might still want to do it. The fact that the project is more open, less coverage, plenty of green space around the buildings, et cetera, it works from our perspective. Sure.
Commissioner Sayak.
Welcome back, Mr. Schenk.
Thank you.
With regard to, I wanted to just touch on the trail access. So it appears there is no trail access from your property, from your proposed property. It would just be the shared access that you have with Charter Oaks?
No, ma'am. The Charter Oaks is public.
Okay.
And we abut that. So just as anybody from the public can go on Charter Oaks and park in the lots that the city has or the town has there along there for access to the creek trail, we have the same access. It's not through Charter Oaks. It's a public access point, which is a bit, I think, how the Water District was able to say, use your existing access point.
Okay. My question is, and I didn't see it in the landscaping plan, do you plan on fencing your parking lot so that, my concern are the number of people who would use your parking lot and then just cross over onto the trail using the bio retention basins.
Sure.
And so the two questions, one for you or your engineer, would that, if there are significant people trampling over that, would that impact negatively the effectiveness of it? And then second, were you planning to have any type of fencing to prohibit that? And if so, what would that look like?
Got it. I will defer to the experts on the effect of the trampling of the bioswale or the bioretention areas. We don't intend to do a fence. We kind of like the be in the nature and through the landscaping dissuade people from going through there. It's not a perfect solution, so I'm going to
and actually,
over my
but before
shoulder.
you do,
Sure.
then how do you plan on addressing the lighting issues with regard to your automobile headlights into the trail, into the creek?
Frankly, I wasn't aware of that issue. Clearly today everybody parks and there's nothing that's in between, but I will certainly look to see how we are compliant and be certain that we're compliant with the standards that are for being near the waterways.
Okay. Do you have, if that could also be answered, because that's a mitigation in your EIR.
That's right. That's right. This is Rich Sharp, our landscape architect.
Good evening, Commissioners. To answer your specific question, the bioswale, we would be using rushes typically in that, which is anywhere from 18 to 30-inch tall, fairly dense, grass-like texture. I don't think people would move through it. If they did, it wouldn't impact the ability of the bioswale to continue to perform. Our goal would be to treat the back edge of the parking lot, the curbside, because that wouldn't be the bioswale, we'd come in a certain ways and then drop in to create that with a more aggressive planting that would be a native shrub mix that would be more of a deterrent to move through that. If I could, while I'm up here, just one question on the trees. John had talked strategically about the buildings. I would just like to point out, while I have the floor, of the trees that are being removed, we were very strategic about the buildings, and if you look at the 18-odd pages of tree disposition plans, less than 30% of the trees that are being removed are heritage species, and that was very intentional. Most of the species that are being removed are Raywood ash, London plane tree, which is not a native sycamore, sweet gums, which are, in my mind, a total trash tree hazard with the fruits dropping, their liability. Those are parking lot trees. They're street trees that are currently in the existing campus in humps of lawn. To me, that's not a great landscape aesthetic. It's a mature landscape aesthetic, but it's not a great landscape aesthetic. And our goal in positioning the buildings is to remove those less than desirable non-native tree species and replace it with more native species as we develop the scheme. So that was the goal. And in fact, there are 579 trees on the site right now. At the end of this project, there'll be 671. So we're actually 100 trees more with what we would consider more of an arboretum-like quality, where there's a lot of diversity, there's a lot of layering of canopy, and not rows of trees, which is all that's out there now between parking lots and streets. So,
thank you, Mr. Sharp. Are there other questions for Mr. Sharp or Mr. Schenk? Commissioner
Mr. Sharp, I wasn't sure if you would be the appropriate person to answer the screening from the headlights,
well,
since you are the...
Yes, and that's why, and I apologize, the intent of not only for access across that bioswale, but the intent of using more of a mid-level shrub, 3 to 4 feet, a manzanita, for example, or a toyon that would be native that we could put in fairly mature at that size to screen those headlights from the creek side. Also, if you look at the plans, we have we're introducing alders and the native California sycamore, racemosa, that are low branching tree specimens to bring that canopy down. There's some oaks in there now. There are some sycamores in there now, but we're populating with more native sycamores and alders for that low canopy condition to augment that.
Commissioner Talsor.
Thank you. This would be for Mr. Schenk. Thank you, Chair. So getting back to the site and the train wreck, I think you called it, of how the buildings
Elegant
looked.
train wreck.
My question to you is, I wondered if there were any other positions explored where the broadside of the buildings were not facing Winchester or Highway 85. And the reason I say that is that when you enter south on Winchester from the Campbell area, that is a significant change. At the moment, the buildings are nestled. We don't even know that the park is there. So this will be quite a change, and not that change is bad. But I'm just wondering if any other positions were thought about with those buildings in mind.
Sure.
So that the narrow end would be toward the main entry points of the town.
Got it. I think we took our first cue from the original plan, which had a parking structure there, as you may recall. It was an elevated parking structure. And in terms of the site layout, as I'd mentioned, it's keeping the 60 feet required fire distances between the buildings, and then the buildings themselves. Things get pushed either way. Keeping the what we call building one, broadside, as you say, to Highway 85, was mitigated in some ways in that it's the area where we're transplanting 12 mature trees that exist on the site today. They are on the landscape plan. There's some redwoods and oaks that get moved into this zone, along with some new plantings as well. And it may help, as in a way, if you do the reverse commute and you look at going north on Winchester and you look back at the Gateway project, there's very little landscaping in the foreground. There's a tree, there's some massive shrubs or weeds that have gone crazy on the Water District property that are in the foreground. And having some breakup there is, from my and our perspective, very effective. So we think that it's not there today, but we put in the transplanted tall trees and mature trees, that will create a break. We will see the building. There's no doubt. I can't make them invisible, but it is there. It also helps, again, back to why we like it, it helps to bookend the campus. So as the buildings sit on the ends, in the middle more, again, it's train wreck-ish, but creating a bit of a horseshoe there, that helps from usability of it as a campus.
So is your answer that you didn't, that you discarded any other positioning of that building?
We decided this was the best positioning for the building. We looked at many, many, many site plans, but for the main reasons of bookending and how the rest of the buildings fit on the property, it was the best. We realized it being out there and having very little existing landscape on that freeway side, it was the reason to transplant 12 mature trees to that position.
And what is the distance between the edge of the property and the building on that freeway side?
60 feet? 55 at its tightest
Okay,
spot.
I thought I saw 57, so, okay, thank you.
Might be 57.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Shank, I want to just
Good evening.
explore two areas briefly. The first is, as you know, the EIR says is environmentally superior alternative would be the reduced intensity alternative. And obviously, a lot of people would like that alternative because it takes 200,000 square feet away from the 550. And what we heard earlier this evening was that that doesn't meet some of what I take to be the project proponents' objectives. Now, it's fairly obvious some things that it doesn't meet. 550 doesn't compare well to 350 for your investment. But could you give me some better, let me choose my words carefully. That may be a wonderful argument for certain people. Can you give me another or more of an argument as to why we shouldn't be more seriously, or perhaps we will be, exploring the reduced intensity alternative other than the bottom line?
Sure. Other than the bottom line,
Yeah.
the issue is meeting our target market. There's a critical, I'll kind of start at the basement, if you will. As I mentioned a little bit before, but the floor plate size of a building in the industry, in today's market, tech companies throughout the valley, plus or minus 35,000 square feet is the right number. They get a little bigger. I've seen a few a little smaller, but on average, that's a really good number, 35 to 40,000 feet. Again, it goes to efficiencies of how many people are on a floor and the size of the restroom cores, and there's a kind of an optimal size there. Then there's how many square feet are in a building that meet the efficiency requirements of those companies, ideally. And it's, frankly, the last 12 leases that have occurred in the valley over the last, I forget our period of time, 12 to 18 months, have been buildings of that floor plate size that are 5 to 8 stories tall. We already know we're not going to be proposing anything that are 5 to 8 stories tall. So, and we're still okay at 4 stories, as evidenced by we have a building leased today that says there was a demand for that building. And then as we have the building, there it is. How does it fit on the site? And then what's the site? How do we build out the site? A building could be smaller. It doesn't meet the needs. There's a need for a critical mass of space for a tenant to enter the site, to know that they can grow into more identical buildings, to attract another tenant who wants that same building. Smaller buildings are attractive to other tenants that are what we're looking for. There's a demand for the buildings that exist today. But meeting the demands of the tenants that we want to attract, which are the Class A headquarters type facilities, or tenants that are looking for those kinds of facilities, tell us these are the right buildings in the right quantities.
Okay, and the second area I wanted to ask you about was the phasing, because as I recall in looking at the EIR, your landscaping is done on a phase basis too, so that when you put in the first improvements, that area gets landscaped, but an awful lot of the property, the remaining property, which now apparently will have no buildings on it. I forget the choice of language you used for the landscaping there, but it wasn't landscaping. I had some unhappy choice of name for it. But anyway, I'm trying to visualize what this place will look like after you do the first phase, but before you build out. So what will it look like to all of us when we go by that property or when we go into that property?
Understood. Let me correct one thing. We do say, and there is a requirement in the documents, that we will be installing the perimeter landscaping for the project with phase 1, whatever phase 1 is. So we will be putting in the perimeter landscaping that is shown on the complete build-out plan with Phase 1. So there is some landscaping that'll happen up front. Then as we go in, we're as sensitive as you, frankly, that the phasing work for the then existing tenants as well as the new tenants. And so as, I don't have the phasing plan here, but as we come in, an important factor is we're showing the entry feature and all of these improvements, actually starting here, right? There's the off-site improvements that happen with the first building. The new entry off of the new signalized intersection happens, and these improvements all go in, and if it were a one-building Phase 1, all of this frontage goes in, and how they marry is maybe the way to say this is the areas that get left as an extra piece, we're landscaping. So there's an interim landscape plan that's in effect for an area where, let's say we have to take down an extra building for Phase 1. What do? It doesn't stay dirt, it doesn't stay anything else. It gets some sort of interim landscaping that's acceptable to the town. And in that way, it gets more green and it works. I mean, I don't know if I'm answering your question correctly. It doesn't feel like a construction zone when a phase is complete.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Maybe I've missed something here. Is your present plan to bring down all the buildings at the same time?
No, sir. No, sir.
Just for the improvements you've described and the first building, you will take down the buildings necessary to do that?
Correct.
Leaving the balance of the buildings?
Correct.
And the existing landscape around those buildings?
Stays.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Birch.
On the drawing that shows your conceptual phasing, there's a note that says future buildings may be constructed in phasing. Is the intent obviously is for a complete build out. However, are you retaining the rights after you do Phase 1, which consists of building 1 and 2 and the parking, if you aren't meeting your tenant plans and you are not finding leases for the other buildings, to prolong this overall build out or to discontinue it after the first phase?
Would you ask me that one more time? I apologize.
Sure. I have a cold. I've been sick, so I know I have laryngitis.
Sorry.
So the way this read to me, in Phase 1, you're building out buildings 1 and 2. There's a note on here that could be interpreted to read, because it states that they may be constructed in phases, that the intent could be read that after buildings 1 and 2, after Phase 1 is complete, if perhaps you don't meet your plans of finding these companies looking for these headquarters, perhaps you don't complete Phases 2 and 3 either in what we would consider a timely manner, or that you in general do not build those out based on the need for the buildings. Am I reading that correctly?
You are reading it correctly, yes. Sorry to make you ask twice, but that is correct. And I could tell you today, if we knew we had control of these other buildings have longer leases on them. We aren't committing to build those because we don't know what the world will be like in 5 years. We know what it's like today, and we can control this much, and we can tear down this many buildings. So we want to. To the degree we can keep moving forward, we will within our approvals. But we're not saying we have to, because timing is uncertain.
Well, as a follow-up question,
Sure.
if perhaps you do get all the leases in, what is your overall scheduling per phase proposed right now?
It's a good question. I'd say the first phase is a construction period of, what are we saying, 16? 16 months. 16 months for this phase. The subsequent is a little tougher because it could be one building, in which case it's a shorter period than that, maybe 13 or 14 months. And if it's both building, and then it would be sequential phases. And if Phase 2 was the rest of the property, I'd say it's about the same, 15 or 16 months. Okay, sure.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Schenk. I just have a few questions. When we talk about the phased-in development, could you remind me then, when are you building the parking garage?
Absolutely. The parking garage, as we're showing it on the phasing plan here, the parking garage would be built with the third building, which would be phase 2. It's a little confusing with the buildings and the phases, but the way we're showing it now is it's 2 buildings with surface parking. The parking garage in building 3 would show up at the same time.
And so the parking that is in front of building 1 and 2 is expected to accommodate all the occupants, car driving occupants, during phase 1. Is that correct? It's along
That's
Winchester?
correct. As well as behind, between the buildings and the creek trail as well.
All right. The second question I have is, just let me go to the parking garage for a minute while I was thinking about it. I didn't see any electric charging stations. Are they going to be inside the garage? Access to the public outside of the garage? Are you going to have electric charging stations?
I don't think we have them in the plans yet. I think that's something that we're going to defer to the tenants to see what's their demand, how many, where would they like them, et cetera. But we're not showing them on specific locations now.
Well, I think as a wonderful green building, that should be a really strong consideration for you. So that I'm just passing that on as my comment.
Thank you.
And so while I'm on the transportation issue, now we know that one of your prospective main tenants is Netflix, and they do have buses where they bus employees in from other spots. And do you expect that to happen in this complex as well? And if so, is there going to be a designated driveway for those large buses to be coming in off of Winchester?
I do expect it. It's a very common practice of, again,
Correct.
one of our target market tenants. Netflix does bus today. And no, we don't have a specific entry point or exit point identified. My instinct tells me they're going to come in off of the new signalized intersection because they'd most likely be coming from Highway 85. And they would come down and pull in there and then go to whichever building and then exit out the same new intersection, new entry point there at Albright across from Courtside.
All right, thank you. Now, if I can turn your attention for just a moment to the design of the buildings in relation to Charter Oaks, and this is what I wanted to mention. When I'm looking at drawing A05, it has a beautiful building on it, which I acknowledge is a great design. And I noticed that on the top floor, there is a deck on either side of the building, either end of the building. And if I'm looking from Charter Oaks to Building 4, and I'm seeing that upper deck, you're looking for that?
Sorry, I had the wrong plan set. It was a picture of the building that's against the creek trail today, and I thought, she can't be talking about that building. Sorry. And so you're looking at the elevation of the building.
Right. Well, I'm looking at the design of the building, and I'm taking a look at these decks, and I'm just thinking about the comments from the Charter Oaks folks about their
Yes.
privacy.
Yes.
And I'm looking at these upper decks. And these upper decks, at least with Building 4, look like they're going to look down into Charter Oaks.
I hear you. I think I like the outdoor spaces for the work environment. The sensitivity to the privacy issue is real. It's the reason we went up, and I actually sat on the cherry picker at the 4th floor where that would be and did the pictures. And I have those again if you'd like to see them tonight. They're in the EIR. I couldn't see a thing. I could barely see, an outline of a roof.
Well, this is what I was going to say. So my interpretation is that you are overlooking Charter Oaks, not looking down into Charter Oaks. Am I correct?
The angle of the camera was to try and look at the buildings, to look at the homes, even from the 2nd floor, in the 3rd floor, and the 4th floor. But I hear your concern and would be happy to have that be a part of a concern or a recommendation or anything else to be looked at.
Well, I do, that's exactly right. So when you get to those other 2 buildings in particular, I think those end balconies should be a point of consideration for the neighbors.
Fair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Mr. Schenk, with regard to your phasing, if you could just clarify, you mentioned that you would do perimeter landscaping prior to Before.
Concurrently with Phase 1.
Concurrently. And when you say perimeter, do you mean perimeter of the entire project or perimeter of Phase 1?
Entire project.
Okay. And so what would be helpful, I suppose, is as you do each phase, you would do the landscaping within each phase. I'm looking at your phase utility plan phases,
Yes.
but you are also going to do the perimeter landscaping surrounding the entire property.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess I'm having a hard time visualizing, how do you plan to have the new versus the existing coexist without looking at, how do you plan to make that look aesthetically pleasing? I'm sure that's a priority because you want your new tenants to be happy as well as your existing. But given the difference in height, difference in look, do you have a plan in place in how to do this transition?
For me, and I'll ask Mr. Sharp if you'd like to talk about that. For me, because there's a landscaping border that circles the property today, if it's a matter of adding trees, adding shrubs, getting them started so that they can grow more and more over time, that was the goal. The goal was get the trees, the perimeter trees in and started early, which means obviously fixing, amending, adding irrigation, amending the soils, those kinds of things. But that's the commitment. And for me, walking out there, I don't see a conflict of those two because the trees, where we're adding them are because we're not taking out any perimeter trees. They're places where there aren't any.
And then if you could just clarify, I'm looking at C3.0A, overall site plan phase 1. So temporary landscape with hydroseed meadow mix. So that would be the transitions between your first phase and your existing buildings. Could you just explain what is that?
Specifically, the hydroseed would be is more of an application process where we would introduce native, the irrigation we would use there would be a rotor spray head, kind of large format spray. We would mix in grasses, seasonal perennials, wildflowers, subshrubs, natives. The goal is to just get a natural looking mix to come out of the ground versus take a big area like that and throw plants over your shoulder and try and give it a natural look. Doesn't always play out so nice. So that's the goal with the hydroseed mix. I think as part of that, we would transition with some gallon, 5 gallon, 1 gallon shrubs. The goal would not to be putting in trees that we would then be pulling out in 1 to 5 years to then put the building in. And to speak to your point or question about the perimeter, the area where trees are going to be added are gaps in the perimeter sequence of trees, as John said, so that in 5 years when that second phase goes up, or 3 years, that 36-inch box that's going in at 14 to 17 foot tall may mature to 25 to 30 foot tall. We're looking at pines, we're looking at redwoods, all with fairly aggressive growth pattern.
And then if I may, a second follow-up. Your phasing is different from the phasing that's identified in the EIR under your air quality mitigation measures. How do you plan to marry the two so that you don't exceed the limits identified in the EIR and it still coexists with the construction phase that you have with regard to your buildings?
Absolutely. What I may defer to the expert that we have here, but as I understand it, to the degree we come forward and want to pull a building permit on a phase that's not identical to the phase that's been analyzed, we must supplement the application with analysis showing that we haven't created an impact. But let's be certain. Thank you, Achilles.
For the record, we'd like for you to
introduce yourself.
Name and address.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Achilles Melissus. I'm with RBF Consulting. And really, we worked with the applicant to determine what the most conservative phasing schedule would be. So although that varies, we did that to ensure that we captured the most aggressive construction schedule from an air quality perspective.
How would we monitor if there was a different?
Well,
phase.
Since we did the most conservative, if it's different, then it would likely be less. The emissions would be less because construction would take a little bit longer. So the emissions on a daily basis would be lower.
Okay, and then if I may, a follow-up. So you'll be monitoring how many miles you log with each
Right.
subsequent phase.
They're capped at a
Right.
certain limit, right?
Those would then be submitted to, those are kept on site, those submitted to the town. How would we know that we, the town, are meeting our mitigation measures based on your construction?
I don't recall the wording in the mitigation measure offhand, but there is a stipulation for, I believe it's to be logged with the town, and, I'm not sure the frequency.
I'll second that. There is a typical condition that the town has in its approvals, and I'll look over if Joel wants to chime in, but that requires those logs be turned in. I think it's monthly, so that they're kept, and there's particular requirements that restrict, obviously, the numbers of miles traveled. But we do keep a log and share that with the town.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Talsfor.
Hi there. We'll switch a little bit now, but looking at the buildings again and thinking about them, I was noticing that all four buildings really look pretty much alike. Rather I don't know, like a tract or something. But can you explain to me the thinking behind a formulated campus of buildings that all look alike?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask the architect to come up to talk about the magic of the design. To us, it is just as Mr. Cannon had opined, it's a common use of the materials. The buildings are typical, but as the site plan works and we twist the buildings each time, because the four sides are different, they're cousins versus being identical. They're not identical twin buildings because the front of one building is the back of a different building, and they do look differently. But Bob, if you would, just because I think it's helpful to have your take on.
Flip to that last rendering. I'll let you do that.
And once again, for the record, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Bob Giannini with Form 4 Architecture, the project architect.
This one?
Yes.
There you go.
So this particular rendering gives a good example of that. The way we've designed the buildings, there's a great deal of articulation on each elevation. You mentioned balconies. The balconies help soften the building, help step it up, and give it sort of a people scale. And by rotating the buildings the way we do, and as John used our term, sort of the train wreck design, by putting the buildings at angles to each other that are not orthogonal and what have you, you always see the buildings different as you turn around. So even though these buildings are the same, when you see the right-hand building against the left-hand building, they look like different buildings. It is kind of magic. It's just there's enough architecture in the building that by rotating them, they completely change each time you look at the building.
Interesting, thank you. Also, what is this view? Where am I standing, looking at this bit rendering?
This is as you come in, well, and maybe going back. So this is as you come in the main entry. So that view is taken right here. So you're seeing the end of this building and the side of this building.
Okay, thank you.
I also, so long as I have the floor, I wanted to mention the issue of the balcony. There is a balcony on the end of this building that looks down, but just as you can't, the photo sims demonstrate that you can't look up and see the buildings, from the buildings you can't look down and see the houses. You just don't see the buildings from the neighborhood. And the photo sims show that.
This is actually the one.
Right, so just as you can't see the building can't see you.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. While we have the architect at the mic, I like the architecture of the building, and it seems to me that at a human scale, when you're on the campus, you can really appreciate the articulation and the diversity that you've provided on the facades. But what concerns me is the 30,000 foot view when you're back, and what brought this home for me was the rendering of of the view along Highway 85, and when you see it at that distance and going at a high rate of speed, probably, you don't capture the level of articulation that is there when you look close up. And so and it comes across as just a massive wall. I mean, that's how I read that rendering from that perspective. So if maybe you could convince me otherwise or address that issue, I'm not sure.
No, I think it's true. I mean, your question's a good one, and I would have a different opinion. The buildings are so articulated that they'll be constantly changing light and shadow on the buildings. You'll see deep shadows from these big overhangs. So the buildings are trying to be very sustainable, very green. One of the things that makes that work are the big overhangs so that you can have windows, the sunshades shade the windows so you don't have to pull your blinds down. The other thing that does is it creates deep shadows on the sides of the buildings. So when you do shoot down 85 and look at the project, you'll see all the light and shadow that's created by the balconies and the overhangs and all the articulation on the building. So it won't look anything like a typical flat-sided office building that's where there is no opportunity for shadow.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Actually, before the architect leaves, just out of curiosity, this design that you have is significantly different from your previous.
Yes.
What changed? What kind of factors helped you in deciding a new design? Do you care to elaborate?
No, great
share?
question. No, actually, I'm trying to think. When of course, we designed the original Netflix buildings as well. The Mediterranean design of those buildings, I think, was very much in keeping with the town and the colors and sort of the scale of it. We wanted to maintain the colors and scale because I think that's what's important, and I think it gives the buildings that sort of people feel. But also, is it the right thing to do to keep doing historicist buildings all the time? And we designed this building, and then about the same time, we saw the library going up, and we said, well, gosh, I guess other people are sort of thinking the same way we are, that it really is a look that is appropriate. It's still very much in keeping with, we think, with the feeling of the town, but it is moving it a little bit away from just pure historicist. So I think it was just an opportunity to progress the evolution of design, that we were doing.
And one more question. Nighttime lighting, how much will we see given the amount of glass that you have? So that's the first thing, from all the different scenic vistas.
Right.
And in your photovoltaic analysis, how much will be cast onto the creek? Also concerned with the nighttime lighting into the creek.
Right. Exactly. Well, the first question, to answer your last question first, so how much light will spill off the site directly? So none. And the photovoltaic shows that there's a cutoff at the property, and that's actually regulated. As soon as you get past the property line, it needs to drop to 0.1 foot candles or something barely perceptible. There's that much just in the night sky. But it is true, when you look at the project, you will see lights in the window, sort of like you do see lights in the window. The photometric analyses don't really address that. What they're concerned with is what light spills off the site. None. Yes, if you look at the site, just as if you went down a neighborhood and looked at somebody's house, you'd see a light glowing in the window. But that you will see that light, but it's not spilling off the site. So it's kind of complicated, it's sort of hard to describe. Yes.
Commissioner Telesfor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sayoc, for bringing that up. It was my question for you. Because what I'm concerned about is the light spillage at night from the buildings. If these are true campuses, work happens all night long sometimes. I know that the current Netflix workforce, it seems to be there past 1 o'clock in the morning. And I would know that because sometimes I come home late from being out. But so here's what I'm concerned about is that this property could perhaps eventually look like, I hate to say it, a power plant. So is there something that can be done at night to somehow dim those lights or put the screens down or incorporate screens in the windows so that they could come down? I'm concerned. It's a big change in that direction.
Yes, well, unlike a power plant, if you were looking at a facility like that, what you're seeing is bare bulbs where you're actually seeing the light source. But, well, that's important because here it's very critical that there is no spillage off the site, so you never see the light source. What you would see is the glow of the light reflected on surfaces through the windows. So actually, if you looked at the existing Netflix buildings, what you see is how this building would look too. You don't see any direct light sources, but you do see the glow coming out of the window from reflected light. But unlike the existing Netflix buildings, these buildings are so screened by the redwood trees that surround the site, and you can see that in the photo sims that are part of the package. It will actually be less impact than, say, for example, the current Netflix building. I just use that because it's a good example of what that would look like.
Where is that photo sim?
Right behind you, actually.
You point at it.
Oh, well, so those are photo sims from all different parts of the site, and you can see what parts of the buildings you see. I don't want to shine the light at you, but for example, right there, you can see, one can see how much building shows from behind the trees or along Winchester.
Right, but except that's from the creek.
Well, but there are photo sims there from every angle around the site.
Okay, I guess I'm looking at the one that's going to be hanging over 85. That's the one I'm thinking about.
85, yeah. Clearly, the exposure on 85 is the greatest. Again, you won't ever see a direct light source, but that is one spot where you see more of the building than anywhere else on the site. I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's probably most similar to the existing Netflix in terms of driving up and down 85 and the night lights that are visible. I might also just add very quickly that the change, to me, the change is going to be a significant improvement in that the existing buildings that are on the site have large exterior wall pack lights. You can read books outside at night, and they are visible from everybody outside. They're all over the creek trail, spilling light, because that's the design of those buildings. That's what was allowed. So by getting rid of all of those lights, it's an improved environment for the creek trail, the creek, residents, neighbors, because the glowing lights are removed.
Well, I'm talking about these buildings, though, and what was proposed. And I realize we've somewhat evolved in our, designing of sites and buildings and lighting. But nonetheless, I just think it's going to impact a change. I mean, it'll be significant, I believe.
Commissioner Birch.
Maybe to clarify a little bit with what Joanne's asking, are you asking about interior or exterior lighting?
I was asking about the interior. Did you understand that to be?
So with the intent on the TI build out on this, is it to be an open floor plan, or are you looking at offices?
It'll be up to the tenants.
So then I would assume that there will be a sweep of the lights at a certain time, right? And then there will be localized sensors. So if somebody's working up on the fourth floor, the whole fourth floor won't be lit up. It will be localized to where one person is working.
Very typically.
And then to follow up with what you were saying about the site lighting, what are you using then to meet emergency exit lighting? Are you going to use wall packs, or are you going to use the pole lighting to meet egress lighting on the site?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we will be using a combination of low bollards and pedestrian lighting and pole lights that will light the site, and that's all sort of prescribed by the police and what the light level needs to be on the site. So we'll definitely have that. But again, the lights are designed with cutoff features, so you can't see the light source, and the light doesn't spill back off the property.
Right.
So the property will be appropriately lit. It doesn't spill off the property.
Yeah, and I saw that
Right.
you have the glare shield on this, and so any bollards you have would also have directional downward aiming.
Right.
I assume they wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's all you just wouldn't want to see the direct light. That would just
Right.
be a bad design.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay. I think we will, thank you, Mr. Schenk.
Absolutely, thank you.
We will now invite comments from members of the public who have submitted speaker cards to us. We're going to call 3 people at a time and let you queue up so we can see if we can move through this relatively quickly. We would remind you to please state your name and address when you're called to speak. Everyone will have up to 3 minutes to speak. When the yellow warning light comes on, you have 30 seconds left. The commissioners may have questions for you after you speak, so hold on for a second to see if someone has a question for you. Given the significant number of speakers tonight, we would ask you to please cooperate with us in limiting your comments to the 3 minutes that are allotted to each person so that everyone has a chance to speak equally. I would also remind all the people who speak to us to address the commission directly, and those people who are in the audience this evening to respect all the speakers and various points of view. We undoubtedly will have various points of view about this project as people speak to us tonight. The first 3 speakers we'll call up: Eric Steinberg, Simon Steinhaus, and Eric Hallgrimsson.
Good evening. My name is Eric Stenberg. I'm at 105 Henning Court in Los Gatos. And my main issues here, and I know it's hard, we're talking about the lure of money, and we're also talking about the quality of life in Los Gatos. To me, the major issue is traffic. Already, Winchester and Lark get queued up many times of the day with traffic, and with the impact that the parking places and the occupancy of the 550,000 square feet of office building here is, I think it's going to be a major issue. The second issue I have is the height of the building. And I've noticed throughout America, throughout here, that when you're building something, they throw up plastic mesh to show you the size of the building. And here I see we have these little panels up there that don't begin to impact the size of the building. To me, the buildings are, the impact is big, it's massive, and it's heavy, and I think it's going to have a detrimental effect, especially with the traffic in that area. Thank you.
Are there questions for the speaker? Simone Steinhaus.
Hi, Simone Steinhaus, for Cabernet Court, Scotts Valley, California. Just want to give you, I'm here to speak for the project. I've have 24 years in the corporate real estate and facilities business, working for high-tech companies, Sun, Nortel, eBay, and recently with Apple. So I'm very familiar with the needs of the high-tech tenants here in the Valley. And I just want to say that I think this, the project and the proposed project is exactly what these tenants are looking for, especially from a size perspective. Getting the 500,000 square feet is critical for companies to grow and stay together and how they work. You know, collaborating and as the companies grow and as departments grow is critical. The outdoor space is critical as far as being able to have impromptu workspaces to bring your laptop, your iPad to get some quick conversation and collaboration going to meet the business requirements. Also very standard as far as the parking requirements, exactly what's happening in the Valley right now with a lot of the high-tech tenants. And as far as this, I think it's one of the most beautiful pieces of land. I think the way they've done the landscaping is really a cut above than what's happening out there in the Valley. So I just want to say I support it, and I hope it goes through.
Eric Hallgrimsson.
Eric Hallgrimsson, 1812 Cabana Drive in San Jose. I've been a broker here in Los Gatos on the commercial side for about 15 years. I currently represent the ownership of about 500,000 feet in town, which is roughly 25% of your total office product. I was also the broker of record that represented the town in the acquisition of the police station on Los Gatos Boulevard, as hired by Randy Suda some years ago. But I'm also the broker that lost Netflix the last time from Los Gatos, were it not for the Gateway project at the time. Most importantly, I'm here on behalf of the Picardo Corporation, the ownership that is most impacted from a commercial perspective of the proposed development, being the owner of all the office space on the corner of Larkin University, going all the way up pretty much to Vasona, which totals about 270,000 feet. So it encompasses basically everything on Larkin University all the way up the street where Netflix was sort of blossomed, if you will. Outside of some concerns that we have about how to handle traffic appropriately, it's our opinion that the project would be a great addition to Los Gatos. It generates jobs, certainly adds to the tax base. I lived through the Los Gatos Boulevard loss of car dealerships, which was a significant impact to the tax base, which Netflix helped garner. I can tell you that the project from a market perspective, because this is what I do for a living, really needs to be pretty darn close to the scale proposed in order to attract the corporate tenants of today. You aren't going to be able to attract high-quality corporate tenants with the project as it stands at the moment or at the reduced square footage that has been thrown out as an alternative. The project is the same square footage as it was in 2011 when the Planning Commission recommended an all-office project at the time. It no longer has the housing component. I think more importantly, there are concerns with height and what have you. I can tell you from as someone who does a lot of large-scale corporate user transactions that a two-story garden product is not what the modern tech tenant wants today. You can sort of play around with the smaller tenants that don't really have any scale, but the reality is if you want the tax dollars, the revenue, and the type of tenants that you want for the town that help pay for things, you have to try and address some of the corporate needs in the market. Finally, Picardo Properties, again, the biggest impacted commercial development in the area, is fully supportive of the project. Thank you.
One question for you from Commissioner Sayoc.
Just a quick question. Given that you do represent those that are currently on Larkin University, what's the maximum height of your buildings?
They are all older projects that are 2 stories and 1 story in nature.
And because of that height difference, do you feel that your clients are having difficulty in attracting?
Well, I can tell you at the time we had Netflix as a tenant in, 60,000 square feet when the Gateway project was proposed. We spent about $50,000 in architectural fees in an attempt to come up with a suitable alternative to Netflix at the time. Did multiple construction budgets, negotiated with them for about 8 months, and in the end, we could not provide the scale that they needed. And so they were gone until the Gateway project was able to provide them the square footage that they needed to stay in the town. We currently have a tenant that is kind of the future of cloud computing in Pertino. It's founded by the former founder of Packeteer, which was a very successful tech company. And he is already negotiating with us termination rights because he thinks we can't provide the expansion that he needs to stay in town. So you have very tight vacancy. I represent the only 2 Class A properties in town, and they're full, and they don't have any capacity in 720 and 750 University, which interestingly enough are somewhat of your PD zoning base, if you will, because they have a parking allotment that I think, having not studied everything in detail, is pretty similar to the parking that's proposed with this project. And we're already having a hard time maintaining his tenancy in the project. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much. The next 3 speakers we would call would be Ann Robinson, Charles Wade, and Mary Karras. So I'd like for you to come forward. While we're letting them come forward, for those of you who may not have been here earlier this evening, we had asked everyone to get speaker cards in prior to us starting. So after we take the one which is just coming up now, we will not be accepting any more speaker cards. There would be some opportunities to do this this project will one way or the other go to the town council, so there will be other opportunities to speak publicly about this project. Thank you very much. Ann Robinson.
Yes, I want to use that. Ann Robinson, 201 Charter Oak Circle. This is a picture here of the crane that that was put in for Charter Oaks. It is, as you can see, taller than our buildings. And the tree, oak tree, is a deciduous oak tree. And if in the wintertime, you will have that. So as far as the visuals go, we will see the building. I don't know how much they will actually see us, but if we can see them, I would assume they can see us. So that is definitely a significant impact, I believe, on Charter Oaks. This is another picture of, I kind of zoomed in on it for you. So there's that. As far as the traffic, the circulation of cars on the project, I noticed in their display that they grayed out the areas of the traffic circulation. But if you look, the traffic will be, the vehicles will be coming along the Charter Oaks border into the parking lot and then out into the back parking area. For the cars coming in to travel all the way around to 85 to come in the back way, probably will not happen as much as the cars coming in here. So you might say 60-70% of the cars will be coming in and coming along the Charter Oaks border. And that's going to be per day about 2,500. You figure 2,400 cars coming on our border every day with the noise and pollution, as well as having the parking garage right next to our community. And with the simulation that is behind you there, they don't show, but there'll be these parking spots here. And I don't know what buffer they have there, but there will be headlights shining into these buildings here. So I mean, again, another significant impact. I am very concerned about this project in relationship to Charter Oaks. The Charter Oaks residents aren't against redevelopment. We're not against having growth and creating jobs and having money for the town and money for the schools. But we are against having development that is going to create a significant impact for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Commissioner Talsfor.
Can I ask you how long you've lived in Charter Oaks?
I've lived in Charter Oaks for 20 years. I've been a homeowner for 20 years.
Okay, and so I can't remember, but I can't remember what's up against your property now, but were you, when those buildings were in full operation, what was it like living there at that time?
You mean when they were occupied?
Occupied.
I don't remember any impact per se. There is the library building that is behind my unit. I'm up against the hill. So one of the issues, I believe, is that there's that 20-foot hill behind my home, which creates a 65-foot building and a 20-foot hill, which is 85 feet. I think that's a major issue. The building behind me does not have any windows. It's a one-story building. Well, it's actually about 20 feet. I do see it over the wall, but there are no windows. So that's the only building I see. I can show, I don't know if I have a picture here of that. I think I do, but as far as seeing it.
I can understand your description. Let's see, I had another follow-up question that I've forgotten. Oh, how many houses are are near you? Because I know you're joined at walls. Is it two?
There's 4 units per.
4 units per
building.
Okay.
4 units. There's 101 units in Charter Oaks.
So along that wall that where you are, where you're positioned, how many other buildings are there?
I mean, as far as impacting the number 4 building, you mean along that wall there?
How many are? How many
so
neighbors?
there's 4 units. So my units at the end, and then there's another building that goes along the wall. That's 4 units, and then you'll hear Eric and Linda speak, and they have.
Okay, they can talk. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Ms. Robinson, yes. If I understand that there was an outreach meeting with the Charter Oak residents. Did you attend that meeting?
I've attended a couple of meetings. I don't know which one you're referring to, but yes, the one that was held at the Charter Oaks Clubhouse and the one that was held at Fisher, I was at those 2 meetings.
And did you provide the pictures that you've shown us today to anyone from Mr. Schenk's office so they could take a look at what your concern is?
Actually, this crane was not put up at that time when those meetings took place. So I did not have access to those photos at that time. These actually are new photos because the crane was actually moved to the southeast corner fairly recently. It was a little bit more towards the east side of the building, but not the corner. So I couldn't really get this photo of the crane until about 2 weeks ago. And yes, I did. John actually came out to the property on April 13th, I think it was, and did a tour of the grounds with us with the new photo simulations that he prepared. And I was at that meeting, and I did show him actually that crane and the impact it was going to have on our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Charles Wade.
I'll take it, yeah. Thank you. My name is Charles Wade. I'm at 136 Mary Way in Los Gatos. I've lived here 33 years. I came here for the same reason maybe some of you came, for the quality of life, for the fact you could drive across town in less than 20 minutes, and because they had good schools. Over that time, there have been a lot of changes, and the people sitting in those chairs always have to be involved in those, and they would involve what we've already heard here, the quality of life versus development. And my concern here is the height of the building brings in more people, and it means more traffic. And we've heard several people talk about this, so I won't belabor it, but even the gentleman who said his business would be most impacted said aside from the traffic. Well, let me tell you, that's the issue. Traffic and the quality of life. And I think you're the last stand, right? If your planning commission has approved it, that doesn't mean it's right. But those things are changing. If this building pushes too far, then the next one will go even further because it's already higher than the Netflix building. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Mary Karras.
Thank you. My name is Mary Kairos, and I live at 107 Walnut Hill Court in Charter Oaks. Can you hear me? Yes. Good. Sometimes that's a problem back there.
Ma'am, we would ask you to address the commission, please.
Yes,
Thank you.
I shall. I am an original owner of Charter Oaks townhouses dating back to 1975. So I've seen a lot of changes in 38 years. I am also an avid cyclist, and I must use Lark Avenue much of the time because it's where I live. The bike trail is wonderful, but it's not always practical. On Lark Avenue, I must always use the sidewalk because traffic here is heavy and moving fast, usually faster than the 30 miles an hour. I think it should be 25. Then they'll maybe do 30. Right now they do much more. As you all know, we have already had a very tragic death on Lark Avenue. He was a pedestrian. So please very carefully reconsider the definite negative impact of more traffic on Lark Avenue, our small, quaint town. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Next three speakers, Jack Van Ada, L. Stern, and Gregory Snow.
Jack Van Nader, 165 Euclid in Los Gatos. Everyone in the room loves Los Gatos and Netflix, but our group, which we call 35350 now, does not want to sell the town character and soul just for the revenues or jobs expected to be gained by the proposed leasing of the proposed buildings. Netflix is a business. When it came time to make a business decision on the DVD division, there was no loyalty to Los Gatos. We were summarily dumped when they went to San Jose, who cut them a better deal on the sales tax revenue. The town has to look out for itself first and foremost. We relish our settings in the foothills of the Santa Cruz Mountains. You can't build this setting again, but you can destroy it by overbuilding, overdensifying, and blocking the views of the hills. It's those special characteristics that makes this such a special place to live and visit. The general plan, with its 35-foot height and traffic limits, were established to keep this a town, not a city. We love Los Gatos now, but we're apprehensive about what it may become. Gross domestic happiness is measured more by our environment, the settings, and the people who live in and visit this town, not by its abilities to generate tax revenues or not just any job. You will hear or have heard that our group does not believe the traffic data for a modern office building. We predict the density will be higher by roughly 2,000 to 3,000 cars. We're concerned that the town hired consultants that predicted impending traffic based on outdated manuals with information averaged from across 50 states. Yet no one follows up to see if the predictions of traffic were correct or incorrect. That's a check, but there is no balance. Unfortunately, you are to consider the mass transit situation as a plus for this site. However, the cost to the station will be $875,000 per passenger. That's from the VTA's own data, and that's more than the cost per passenger to build the high-speed train from LA to San Francisco. This project isn't going to happen within a reasonable period of time to be of any use to this site nor this end of the valley. We have to assume that the car trips will continue to rise as they have historically. I encourage the Planning Commission to recommend the project remain within the bounds of the general plan and not the PD. It was created to keep this not only a beautiful place to live, but also unique with its concentration on education, health, and life balance, all within one of the busiest, brainiest, and best places to live in this great country we live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Ada. L. Stern.
My name is Ellie Stern. I've lived in Los Gatos for 45 years at 17121 Wild Way. I'm just off of Winchester, about 3 blocks from where this building is supposed to be. Could you put a site map back up for me, please? I want to ask you a few questions. First of all, the green part between the parking lot spaces, what's going to be planted there? Is it going to be trees, bushes, or low things? What's going to be planted in the green area between the parking spots? Okay. Okay. Well, I need a pointer. Okay, right between here, between the parking spots, it's green on the site map that you used. What are you planning to plant there? And also, this building, that's a 4-story. They're all 4 stories. That's terrible. I can't believe that you allowed a 4th story 4 4-story buildings to be brought into Los Gatos. What is behind this? Did they make you an offer you couldn't refuse? I think you're all being lulled into complacency. It's good to have improvements, and I've seen it happen all along, but it's most of the time it's done in good taste, and we still are able to keep Los Gatos feeling reasonably happy. Now, let me give you an example of trying to maneuver from Lark Avenue in Winchester to Lark Avenue and Los Gatos Boulevard between 4 and 6 o'clock in the evening. The example I'll give you is if you want to leave this room when we're finished and you lock these doors and no one is allowed out until they all file single file and a double file, and then make them wait 25 minutes, maybe 20 minutes before they can leave the room. That's what you're going to have on Lark Avenue. And you're going to have similar things on Winchester. You're going to have to put a light up right in front of Courtside for those people coming out to get onto Winchester Boulevard. Also, I just can't believe that you're going to have 4 4-story buildings. When I lived in New York City, I worked for Fantas Factory Locating Service, and the city of New Orleans had come to them to find out what kind of factories or business could be lured to New Orleans at that time. Now, saying that we don't have the kind of buildings that would bring in the type of people we want here, we should think about having a lower building, 3-story. How high? Tell me, how high is the present Netflix building?
Thank you, Mrs. Stern.
Could you answer the question?
Thank you, Ms. Stern, for your comments very much. Gregory Snow.
My name is Gregory Snow. I reside at 106 Almond Hill Court in the Charter Oak subdivision. I'm also a business owner in Los Gatos. I would like to direct my comments to Exhibit 12, which are the written communications from the public. I looked through the ones that were on the website, and there were 32 respondents. And there were 25 in favor of the project as presented, and only 7 against. And I thought, wow, that's 3.5 to 1 ratio. Sorry for the math, I'm an accountant. And I thought, well, that doesn't look very good for those that are against it. But then I started reading. I read every one of them. And I'd like to read an excerpt from 9 of the people who are in favor of the project. A sentence. In addition, over $1 million in annual property taxes directed to our schools and town services will favorably impact our entire community. Next one. In addition, $1 million in annual property taxes directed to our schools and town services will favorably impact our entire community. The third one. In addition, $1 million in annual property taxes directed. I don't have to read all 9 of them. They all say the same thing. So I think we can recognize a letter writing campaign that the developer might wish to put forward. And then I read the rest of them that didn't have that sentence, and 7 of them referred to this as the Netflix project. I think the danger in having a single tenant that we're jumping through hoops for and running in circles is what happens if they need 1 million square feet? Are they going to be gone and leave us with all these empty buildings? What if Netflix goes to all streaming videos and they have to keep their bottom line healthy? They might look for a place with lower overhead, and certainly Los Gatos and a brand new developed project with high cost is not going to meet their bottom line requirements as they want to continue to post profits in an ever competitive online world. So that's my concern. I also looked at the addresses of the respondents. I see there were 3 respondents from Bachman Avenue, that's downtown, 2 from Shannon Road, the other side of town, 1 from Mary Road over by Short Road, back in the hills on the other side of town, Masol Court, that's downtown, Escobar, way over almost in Almaden Valley, Chestnut, that's by Overlook, Old Adobe, Beatriza over by Quito, Long Meadow over by Kennedy, So I think the not in my backyard syndrome is alive and well for those people, because they will benefit from the tax revenues that go to the schools that they send their children to, but they will not suffer from the effects of lifestyle, privacy invasion, and other negative impacts like traffic and view that those of us who live next to the project will have to endure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. Jim, next three speakers, Jim Erickson, Daisy Pereira, and Tony Gazarian. Jim Erickson first up.
Hi, my name is Jim Erickson. I live at 104 Creekside Village Drive. I'll keep it short and sweet. I've only lived in Los Gatos for 2 years now. I love it here. I plan to live here for the rest of my life. I live here with my fiance. She's currently works in Los Gatos. She just recently started a business in Los Gatos. I'm for this project because I believe the tax revenue is great. They're bringing in new jobs, and I think that Netflix should stay in this town. Thank you.
Daisy Pereira.
Hi, my name is Daisy Pereira, and I live at 977 Cherringstone Drive here in Los Gatos. I've been here for close to 30 years. So I supported this project when it was presented to you guys, like I think 2011. And I support it today also because I believe the project is ideal for this town. I think it brings all the tax revenue as well as keep Netflix here in town. So I think it's an outstanding project. I think the design of the project, all of the details of the project, I mean, it's very well done. So I believe it should be something that we should be proud in the town of Los Gatos. So thank you.
Thank you. Tony Agazarian.
Hello, my name is Tony Agazarian, 109 Charter Oak Circle. I live in Los Gatos, and thanks for hearing me. I'm the president of the Charter Oaks Townhome Association Board of Directors, and I represent many of the homeowners in the area. We have other board members speaking tonight as well about the specific concerns. But really all I wanted to talk about is my observations as a homeowner from my neighbors in this project. One of the things that we're worried about is not only the development now, but how we're going to feel about this in the future. Are we going to look back at this with regret about a city that's been developed beyond where we want to live in anymore? And when we make these decisions, we're really thinking about things in terms of, there's a lot of people come up with lots of solutions. And I hear a lot of concerns, but I'm not really convinced that the people in the audience are the experts at solutions. A lot of these gentlemen are really good at making solutions, but when you don't provide hard constraints, then they can make the solution that best suits their needs. So if you give them soft constraints, like it would be nice if you didn't cast shadows over Charter Oaks, or it'd be nice if you didn't cause traffic jams on the streets, then they can get around that. So I think that what I've heard tonight is lots of good ideas that we could solve the problems. So as long as we recognize that it's a solvable problem, we can just put it as a hard constraint that they need to address the concerns of the neighboring communities and make the soft constraints a hard constraint, make them address the issues and solve the problems. And they'll do a better job than we can through our recommendations tonight. Thank you.
So the next three speakers, Carla Mason, Robert Schwimmer, and Phil Albanese. So Carla Mason. How about Robert Schwimmer?
I'm a Charter Oaks resident. I live in right across the street.
Mr. Schwimmer, we need for you to please speak into the mic. That'd be great.
Yeah, better. Sorry about that. I live right opposite the development, planned development. And one thing I want to point out that hasn't been stated here is that the little valley that we're in is a valley within Silicon Valley, because we're 15 feet or more below Winchester Boulevard. And the route, for example, showing the difference between the level that we're at between Charter Oaks Drive and Winchester Boulevard is uphill all the way, and there are some signs there that that's a flood escape route. So the density that we're going to have if this is completed with too many buildings and too many people and too many cars is going to affect seriously the quality of life of especially our development, and stretching the limits, the statutory limit for building heights is another chip in the mortar, in the stone, and it can then extend to other areas. The North 40 will be the next place, and if this is 65, maybe that'll be 80. Well, but since we're 15 feet below Winchester Boulevard, those 65-foot buildings are going to look like 80 feet to us. And the density of the people in that place are going to be, the population will have to grow in order to keep the place profitable. Therefore, there will be a lot more tenants in there. Netflix, whether they're there or not, they probably, if they wouldn't occupy all the space, the rest of the space would have to be occupied by tenants. And so what we have here is a true conflict between quality of life and profit. And that's the job of your commission, and we will appreciate it if you'll seriously consider our position in our 101 homes, and we have certainly more than 200 people in our 101 homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Phil Albanese.
Thank you. My name is Phil Albanese. I live at 82 Bentley in Los Gatos. Again, short and sweet. My wife and I have lived in Los Gatos for 2 years. She also recently started a business here in Los Gatos. We are in support of the project. Among a lot of what we've been hearing, the obvious economic impact, positive economic impact it will have on the city. And to the quality of life point, I think it's really an opportunity for Los Gatos to attract the talent, particularly from my point of view, my age group, talent that is quite frankly moving north in the Bay Area. So I think that speaks to the quality of life and the type of people that the city will attract and will continue to attract because it is such a beautiful place. And speaking to the impact of the project itself, I think over the last 3 years, and particularly with the responses I heard today, the team, the development team has acted pretty responsibly in answering many of the concerns that everyone has. So that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. The next three speakers will be Mark Bridley, Amy D., and David Wells. Mr. Bridley. How about Amy D.?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the time to speak. My name is Amy D., and I'm the Director of Facilities for Netflix. And so there's just a couple of points that I would like to make. First, the timing on our need for space and our overall demand for new buildings. Currently, we're at 95% capacity in our 5 Los Gatos buildings today, and we're a company that relies heavily on cross-functional collaboration, so we're struggling with teams in multiple buildings, and we're running out of space. Due to our desire to stay in Los Gatos, we have leased small, undesirable buildings, and it's clear that the small building model we are currently using is creating disconnects within our teams, and that needs to be addressed. The new buildings, as designed, meet our growth and collaborative needs and are in line with the interior architecture that matters to us, such as a lot of natural light, high ceilings, and opportunities for amphitheater-like meeting rooms, just to name a few. With respect to our impact on traffic, we go out of our way to reduce our traffic impact, and let me tell you about some of those ways. We provide shuttle service to our employees. We have lunch brought in on premise, and flexible work schedules. And as tenants of a couple of the current Albright buildings, we acknowledge issue turning left out of Albright Way is an issue. And that is why we think it is necessary to put the signal in that the town traffic study requires. I encourage you to recommend approval of this project, and thank you again for your time and dedication to the town.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us. I have a question. You're at 95% capacity. What's your current square footage right now?
250,000.
250,000. So we've heard evidence tonight that there's something magic about this 500,000 mark for synergy. What's your opinion on that? I mean, if you're at 95% at 295, 400,000 be adequate? I mean, what's magic about the 500,000 square foot mark?
Well, so I guess we're somewhat of a mid-sized company, I guess you would assume, for high-tech companies, and we're already occupying that much space. And I think with trends in technology, you tend to see really high jumps in your headcount. I mean, they can be 20%, 40% in a year. Year-over-year growth can be huge. And so the fact that there's a lot of available space there, I think, gives people the opportunity to move in, maybe into one building, and then the potential to grow into multiple buildings. So I think that number is attractive, and I think the floor plates as designed and the heights of the building are attractive because you can get a lot of people. Teams are, as you grow with the size of your teams, the need to keep more people together on a floor or connected by stairways and elevators is critical to your collaboration. Like I said, with the multiple building scenario, it doesn't work for us. Maybe it works for some companies, but people having to travel, we offer inter-building transportation, like little gem cars, kind of like street legal golf cars. You've probably seen them on Winchester, and bikes and things of that nature. But I think you tend to lose the ability for people to just go walk up to somebody and talk to them about something. So FaceTime, that's very important in collaborative environments.
So trying to get back to the heart of my original question,
Sure. Why the Wi-Fi 50?
You think that, yeah, Wi-Fi 50, and you think that's a good number, and if it were less, it would not be as attractive to you? I mean, just using you as an example. If it were something like 400 or something less than 550, it would not be as attractive a development to you?
So I can't say it wouldn't be as attractive of a development, but we think maybe, you never know how large you're going to grow. So the availability, somebody even mentioned at Netflix, what if they say they need 1 million square feet, right? So the fact that it's that large and that we've already grown buildings, 100 and 150 Winchester are 80,000 square feet each, and they're outgrown. And so from that 160,000, we've gone up to 250. We're out of space. We need space. We've reduced our cubicle size, if you will, to be able to accommodate more people. We don't have enough open areas. So the scale of those buildings offers us the opportunity to have big open areas for people to meet and not necessarily just in their cubes.
And one more follow-up, if I may, because you touched on my next question, is do you have a rough figure? We've got a lot of evidence back and forth between different points of view about what an employee generation rate is per square footage. Do you have an estimate of how many employees per square foot? You said you've been able to reduce workspace square footage, so that's a point of contention.
That's temporary, waiting for these buildings to come online. That's not our intent. So 250, 275, anywhere around 300, depending how much collaborative space you want to allow people. Sure. Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
David Wells.
Hi, my name is David Wells. I'm the CFO of Netflix and also responsible for facilities. I'm also a resident of Los Gatos at 16128 Escobar. And I've been up here a couple times and have participated, at least heard 6 hearings personally. There's been 9 hearings on the matter. It's been a couple years, so I feel like at this point, all the issues are out there. I'm optimistic that we can get to a decision expeditiously on this because it does matter. As Amy outlined for you, we're bumping up against our ability to stay where we are. We moved into the buildings across from Courtside at 95% occupancy, so we moved in and filled that building almost immediately. We would love to stay here. We like it. Our employees like it. And it's been our intent. There were some questions the first time around on this matter of our commitment to Los Gatos. I feel like we've been more than committed to Los Gatos. We signed a 10-year lease with rights on the other buildings. And, you know, it is our intent to stay here, but we're just out of options at this point. To Amy's, to your question about the attractiveness of the site, the short answer is yes. It is more attractive at 500,000 square feet. There's no magic number about 550. But when you're looking at the site plan and there's multiple buildings, that expansion potential is very attractive to us, and that's why we tied up the rights on the future buildings. So when a company looks for space, that is absolutely one of the criteria, is the amount of expansion space. It's no secret that other companies have arrived at this large floor plate optimization in a company. You look at Facebook, you look at Google, you look at Apple. They're all looking for buildings that are very large, circular, that precipitate collaboration. We've, at our expense, put in bridges between A and B buildings on Winchester. We would likely do the same to these buildings. So it's a way of tying that space together without getting an even larger building. At this point, I feel like you know, we've made a lot of compromise in this new project. So we feel like it encompasses some good compromises on the height. We want to be proud of what, you know, what we do here. We don't feel like we want to force the town to do something it's not wanting to do. So you know, I'm pleased that we've gotten to a point that we can live with the reduced height. We do things around traffic mitigation, like running shuttles. We bring in food. Our employees rarely leave the site during the day. It's actually joked about. And so I think the traffic is fairly mitigated for our size. At that point, I'll leave it over to
Mr. Smith.
questions.
Thank you for your comments. One of the things we're required to do is use the crystal ball to look into the future as we respect our past. And I was just thinking about the changes in the workplace that have taken place perhaps even in the last 3 years. So now we're talking about no cubicles next to each other around big tables. But I'm wondering what you're projecting in 3 years or 5 years, because this is the longevity of the build-out that we're looking at here. When they talked about 16 months to put in this phase and then another 16 months for another phase, what I'm trying to grasp here is building a complex for the companies of the future. But what you're saying is that this is what we need today, but we may not be there. This complex may not be ready for 5 years. So where are you then? I mean, I'm not talking about phase one, I'm talking about the rest of the phases.
So I'm well aware of the lead time. You know, we've been expecting a building for about 2 years now. Now we're on a cycle where it's probably going to be another 2, you know, at best. I would say that the name of the game is flexibility. I mean, a lot of the design that the architect puts into these is flexible in terms of the leasehold improvements. So you can modular, you can put in offices, or you can put in open collaborative space. In fact, we have different groups within Netflix that have different needs. Our legal team has offices. Most of the other company culturally doesn't have offices. So I would say, if you're asking me for a projection, it's likely to be like it is today. It's going to be large floor plates, so large engineering teams can be very collaborative, large user interface teams can be collaborative, so it's going to be similar to what it is today.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Next 3 speakers, Cecil Annison, Larry Arzi, Anna Welmer. Mr. Annison. Mr. Arzi. Cecil Annison.
Larry Arzi, Los Gatos, California. Zoning Code, Section 2980-08, intent. The purpose of a PD or planned development overlay zone is to provide for alternative uses and developments consistent with the characteristics that are allowed in other ones and that are not allowed in other ones. And so to create optimum quality and use of open space and encourage good design. I don't see that here. I don't see good design. This is in their use of topography, they're ruining it. They're bulldozing 20-foot high worth of topography. They're eliminating it. They're not meeting their needs of parking or open space. First and foremost, our general plan says that specific plans must be consistent with our general plan. It says that a planned development calls for 35-foot height limits. It says that even planned development overlay zones must remain consistent with existing policy and must be in harmony with surrounding neighborhoods. Again, this project is not harmonious to its neighborhood. Policy LU18 says commercial development of any type shall be in keeping with small town character of Los Gatos. The nearest like project is the Sobrado development, the other side of the freeway, and it only exceeds 35 feet with specific architectural features. That building can even be said to be in keeping with small town character. It has great articulation, it has hard surface walls and traditional elements as opposed to this contemporary box program proposed here. You know, hospitals have subterranean levels, so do universities, museums, skyscrapers, and even small towns such as this one have underground levels. Look, we're doing business in an underground level right now. Why should we hold ourselves accountable to our general plan requirements and not this builder? Yes, it cost a few bucks more for underground, but we put one floor below grade on this building. They would meet the town requirements and have the square footage they need. Put 2 grades below on these 65-foot buildings, and they'll meet all of our requirements. Policy 13.3 requires the preservation of existing topography. In this case, what makes them think they can grade and fill up to 20-foot in height level?
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Anna Helmer.
Thank you. I'm Anna Helmer, 147 Los Astas Drive in Los Gatos. Thank you for this chance to speak. We've lived here for 15 years. We've been so grateful to live in the North 40 for 15 years. What brought us to this town is all the small town character, the views, all of that, and that's what's kept us here. So, and they're not just my views, they're public views. As you drive along Winchester and you're heading into town and you look and you see the Santa Cruz Mountains and the hillsides, that's what I would really hate to lose. And I did take a walk through the complex today there at Albright Way. I saw the cranes in place. It was pretty hard to really determine how massive these buildings were going to be by those cranes that were in place. I was wondering why there weren't the story poles with the mesh to really show that. So even with the presentations tonight, it's still kind of hard to really conceptualize how big it would be. Would it be a big blank wall like what that what San Jose did by Good Samaritan? That's what I'm concerned about. I was also handed a copy of an order by Judge Huber just tonight, and apparently the order from Judge Huber recognized that there are significant impacts to the aesthetics with the project as proposed at 550,000 square feet. So I just ask that we please find a way to keep it at a smaller scale and in keeping with a small town character. That's what Los Gatos is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eller. Next 3 speakers would be Mike Gibbs, Richard Meinert, and Rafael Oliveira. So, Mr. Gibbs first, please.
Hi, I'm Mike Gibbs. I live at 239 Vista de Sierra here in Los Gatos. Been here 20 years.
Raised a couple kids here at Southern Los Gatos High School, small business owner here, and attended the meeting about a year ago. Sat through some of these same discussions in front of the city council. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, boy, you guys got a tough job. You know, I don't understand the specificity of, perimeter vegetation or the mix or, where the lighting hits. I mean, I wish you guys could come over to my neighborhood and fix the mercury vapor lamp that shines in my bedroom, all night long. That's kind of a big deal to me. This seems like small peanuts compared to that. So I'm in favor of this. I was in favor of it a year ago, 2 years ago, in favor of it now. I'm not an employee of Netflix. I don't own stock in the company. Wish I did. I'm not even a subscriber, I'm sorry to say. But I guess I need to get into the real world here. So I guess my bottom line is I think you guys got a really tough job. But I'm sitting here wondering, after 20 years, we watched the Chevy dealership leave and the Ford guy's gone and the Honda guy's not here anymore. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, what's happening to the town? To me, quality of life. Traffic means people are going to our small businesses. They're going down to Andales and buying a burrito. I was here when Dom's had that Exxon station over there, just close to my house. It's more business for him, right? To me, aesthetics, Commissioner Bourgeois mentioned, I think you said a huge monolithic building. I'm not sure which building that was. I'm thinking it was the building over there that's being built now by the Good Samaritan Hospital on the corner there, Southwest Corner Hospital. So when I see aesthetics, I'm looking at, that's a cancer treatment center, and it's going to treat cancer patients, maybe your relatives, in that center. So when I see that building, I go, isn't that a blessing to have that here? I don't care how tall it is. It's got great doctors, great facilities. We want that here in Los Gatos. So, I'm not sure what it comes down to. If Netflix leaves, they reported a little over $1 billion in revenue last quarter. That's times 3 compared to 2008 on a quarterly basis. That's a lot of tax revenue, goes to the schools. I'm just a business owner here and a guy that lives here, and I'd love to see that come in. What are you guys going to do if you're walking down the street and Netflix leaves 2 years from now? Somebody walks up to you and says, how did you let that happen? I'd be really interested to hear what your answer is. So I'm in favor of this project, have been, always will be. I think you guys are going to do the right thing here. So thank you very much. I don't know any of those people. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Before Mr. Meinert speaks, I would ask all the members in the audience, as I said earlier, we will undoubtedly, as we've already heard, have a variety of opinions throughout the public testimony or public comment this evening. So we would ask that you respectfully maintain your silence, and if you want to raise a hand to say that you're in favor of it, but we would ask that you not applaud, cheer, jeer, or make other kinds of things so that you show respect to all of the individual speakers. Thank you very much. Mr. Meinert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Richard Meinert. I'm a resident in Los Gatos. I've been here for almost 30 years, and I've lived on University Avenue for almost 20 years. I'm also an architect in town and have done projects here in town, including things like the Mediterranean Revival House across from the Old Town Library. But I've also done large campus projects for General Electric Corporation's research and development facilities in New York. Large facilities for Digital Equipment Corporation in Massachusetts, McDonnell Douglas Corporation in Missouri, and pretty much all over the United States. So I'm quite familiar with this scale of development. I think that there are 3 primary issues. One is economics, second is architectural merit, and the third is siting and sort of community values and interests. And I think that all 3 primary categories have significant and I think overwhelming positive values that work towards support of this project. In terms of economics, I think that everyone is concerned about the loss of revenue that we've seen from the automobile dealerships leaving Los Gatos, and particularly from my point of view of having children in Los Gatos schools, seeing a loss of revenue in our schools. I know that just this past year there was lack of funding for needed kindergarten space here in Los Gatos. The revenue needed for schools is also really evidenced by the increasing activities of the Los Gatos Educational Foundation, who are really scrambling for revenue. Former commercial sites taken over by housing also doesn't really contribute the kind of tax revenue that the community needs. And we also see quite a number of vacancies in downtown. This is the kind of project that this town needs economically. In terms of the siting of this project, I think a lot of the residents in this town want Los Gatos continue to be a progressive, growing community, not just physical growth, but growing in terms of how we view the world. The campus is certainly appropriately sited adjacent to one of the largest carrying capacity freeways in the Bay Area. With work time flex hours and the way most large corporations are behaving now in terms of relationship with employees and how the work environment is structured, I think that traffic impacts have been overstated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Rafael Oliveira.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Rafael Oliveira. My family and I been living in Los Gatos since Aventino first opened. I live right on a Netflix backyard, basically almost inside Netflix. It has been a great place to raise my kids. As someone who lives in the area, I want to show my support for Albright project. Here's one reason though. As technology advances, we all know that today's construction company has the capability to use greener materials. And I believe those new buildings, beautifully designed, will save more energy and waste less water. And also, I'm not a Netflix employee, but I do want to see the side of the business owners. I don't own a business in Los Gatos, but I been managing some other business here in Los Gatos. And I know how important is for the business owners keep all the customers. I don't think anybody at this point can afford to lose any single customers. And those Netflix employees, they shop locally, they eat locally, right? They buy things that you don't need to put a lot of effort, like snack or put a gas on a car. You're not gonna drive 20 miles away from Los Gatos to put gas in your car. And I do support. And besides that, I live right behind Netflix headquarters. I never had any issue in terms of finding parking for my car. I have 2 reserved parking garage, but I also can park outside, and I always find parking over there. That's no problem at all. And I believe the Netflix headquarters cannot be any closer to 85 access and 17 access. We're not gonna see Netflix employees driving through the city 20, 25 blocks to access the freeway. So that's my, and I ask you folks for the support and for the approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Andy Wu, Linda Sundberg, and Jeff Loffridge.
I've never gotten to work the mic before, so I'm going to work the mic today. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm a Southsider. I lived on College Hill for 22 years. I must disclose that I wrote a commentary and questions on behalf of Los Gatos Citizens for Responsible Development, the organization that brought the petition for writ, which led to the EIR. I, however, was not the first team. I was not the lead attorney on that case. The lead attorney was in trial, so I was the B team. Tonight, I'm here as a private citizen. I have no vested interest in what happens specifically with the development at Netflix. I don't own any stock in Netflix. I have no vested interest I have no dog in this fight, other than the fact that this is happening in my town. One of the prior speakers called you all the Last Stand. That also happens to be the title of a book about the Little Bighorn. I'll refer to that later. Mr. Schenck stated that the plan he presented today was his best plan, the best plan he could put forward. It is, however, not the best plan. I think two of the commissioners, Commissioner Bourgeois and Commissioner O'Donnell, already alluded to the fact that there is a better plan. It is a better plan that they have discounted. And every single expert in this room has danced around the question of why certain criteria were not met by that plan. If you read the commentary to the submission that I made, you will find a tracing there as to what the singular reason for the developer not adopting the reduced intensity plan is one single thing: dollars. It is only about dollars. That is the only criteria that fails to meet their development needs. Now, with the reduced intensity plan, it still satisfies. We don't want to make this about Netflix, but everybody has, so I'm going to make it about Netflix too. It satisfies Netflix's need for immediate expansion. We're talking about crystal balls. Nobody knows what's going to happen in 5 years. Netflix could be the next Enron, for all we know. They could maybe be the next Microsoft. I don't know. But nobody in this room does either. So to project out 20 years of development is not something that anybody has a clear crystal ball on. Now, I see my time is running short here, so I'll just refer back to the fact that the Little Bighorn didn't really work out that well for the Native Americans. I saw that Western, and I think the Lakota and the Northern Cheyenne were both wiped out. So I would say you are the last stand, and if you are the last stand, then you are here to protect the citizenry of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Linda Sundberg.
Hello, my name is Linda Sundberg. I live in 308 Willow Hill Court in Charter Oaks. I'm probably one of those people that lives the very closest to this development. For example, this morning, I had breakfast looking at my window and I see the story pole there. And I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be covering all that. I'm not going to see filtered light through those trees that I see every day, that I see actually every night. And when we sit outside, taking it easy on our backyard, and now I hear birds, now I'm taking it easy, and now I'm seeing all this happening, and I feel really helpless because it's a lot of power, a lot of economical interests that are involved, and I'm just a person that I don't know who's listening to. But I'm not against development in Los Gatos. I really think Los Gatos needs development. I just am against the magnitude. As many people here have said already, one more thing, I'm worried about the traffic getting in and out of our community. Already today, it's tricky, many days, and you're wondering, am I going to be in an accident today? No, not today. I'm just seeing this building that's Samaritan, Los Gatos Boulevard next to the highway. It's that big building those buildings going to be built there, and it's just terrifying for me. But I'm hoping that you're considering some of my views and that maybe we can make them a little bit smaller. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Jeff Loffrich.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lockridge. I live at the off of Lark Avenue at the end of Oka Road. Some of you seen me before here. I'm concerned about this whole project, and it's a little bit surprising because I didn't know about it. I suppose I should have known about it, but I guess I had my other interests going on. But that is existing Albright Way, my version of it, and that's what's coming. And something's wrong with that picture. This draft EIR can't be considered accurate if this massive group of buildings is somehow rationalized through a PD overlay to be in the small town character of Los Gatos and in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood, as directed by the general plan. These proposed buildings are just too tall, and the entire development, 550,000 square feet, is just too massive to fit in this neighborhood. Those show the different sizes of the buildings around them, and most of them are 2- and 3-story buildings at the most, but mostly just 2 stories, and that's what's going to be going in there. And yes, they are the same size as Netflix, but it's not in the same neighborhood. A suggestion could be made to have a combination of 2- and 3-story buildings with underground parking, or rearranging the site plan might help with the Charter Oaks neighbors since they are directly involved in the development's shadow, literally. And something's not right with this picture, where you see a skyline on the left. It's no longer there with on the right, and that's just using a couple of the poles. That's not using, and this is obviously this is what's been talked about before on the Highway 85 side of things, and again showing the development using the poles that they have. And I didn't have the architectural plan, so it's a big black wall, but I don't think it's going to look much better with a modern design like that. We don't need another massive development in this neighborhood like Aventino, an excellent example of what we, the neighbors, and most of the citizens of our town don't want in Los Gatos. The existing Los Gatos Park, industrial park is perfect now as it blends into the neighborhood, is almost completely hidden by a virtual forest of trees growing along Winchester Boulevard, as well as among the existing buildings. To replace that with a gigantic office complex that is better suited for a Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Cupertino, or a San Jose aesthetic, and cut down most of those trees would irreparably damage and change this beautiful neighborhood for forever. This is a main entrance to this quaint town of Los Gatos. Let's let it reflect the unique feeling and character of our town. Let's get this picture right. Please reject this EIR and this project as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockridge. Next 3 speakers, Eric Connor, Laura Saunders, and Dean Westman. Mr. Connor.
Yeah, I have a slide. Okay, so I'm an Irish guy. I actually came here.
We need for you to speak into
the
microphone. Thank you.
I've been living in Los Gatos now for maybe like 5-6 years. I came here because it reminds me of Ireland. So all the small town field and the hills and everything, and even the pubs, what brought me here. So I did actually make a slide deck. The topic is actually related to the traffic. You heard Linda talk today about our house. We're literally living in the shadow of these buildings. But I wanted to talk about a bigger kind of theme, which really is, it's like kind of global warming, that actually, even though I live in the north side of the city of Los Gatos, I believe that this traffic problem is really going to grow and affect even down into the south side for people that actually don't really care, but even though it really affects us. And so what did I do? I looked at literally Google Maps. I also looked at some of the transportation information in the environmental impact report. And if we could go to the next slide. Okay. Cool. Okay, so what did I do? Literally take screenshots and watch the flow of traffic over the course of a month. And then I looked at the environmental impact report, and I looked at the speeds, and luckily it's pretty close to the speeds of what is reflected in Google Maps. Okay, so of course we know that the heavy traffic is between 9 and 6 p.m. and even during lunch. And what we do see is the areas that are affected are Lark Avenue, Los Gatos Boulevard, and University Avenue. Today the baseline significant impact rating, according to that environmental report, it's in the realm of C to D. Okay, so 8 a.m. In the morning, what do we see? Limited access to freeways, as we see from Highway 85 and Highway 87. You can see everyone driving on Los Gatos Boulevard, University Avenue, all trying to get onto North Highway 17 and North Highway 85. Lark Avenue is on the verge of a parking lot. 5 p.m., we almost have the reverse flow of the traffic, where, again, limited access to southbound 85. Again, Lark Avenue is really clogged. Okay, so the one thing is that the report actually says that there is 3,000 additional cars added to the traffic because we just are emerging from a low economy. The economy is increasing. We believe that there's actually will be up to 5,000 cars actually on the road. The other thing is that the report talks about the access into Albright Way. The report recommended only left-hand turns into the Albright facility. This is going to create a huge traffic issue on Lark Avenue and University Avenue and Winchester. So this is really going to be a significant impact. It's going to be a downgrade of the city, of the flow of the traffic, and it will require the city of Los Gatos and the project to upgrade the roads. And this is according to these laws. Also, the City of Campbell, I believe, needs to be notified about this as well.
Can we get you to wrap up your comments?
Yep,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Laura Saunders.
Hi. My name is Laura Saunders, and I live at 16536 Farley Road in Los Gatos. And I am here tonight because I support the expansion of Netflix. And I have many reasons, as you've heard probably 50 times tonight, so I won't repeat it all. But basically, the one that really is very important to me is the fact that it's going to bring more jobs to our community. I believe that it's been quoted that there's 990 more positions, almost 1,000 positions will be added to Netflix. The amount of revenue that will bring into our town, it just seems like it's a win-win. And for me, the property, basically, for me, the extra money the money that's coming in from the property tax for the schools is unbelievable. And it just seems like it's just a no-brainer to me that we should go ahead and pass this today. I do feel for the folks that have come up here and that are against the project, but I feel like asking for this project to change is like asking it is like asking it not to be approved. So I hope that you will approve this project.
Thank you very much. Dean Westman.
go home soon. I'm a resident of Los Gatos. I live at 16516 Shannon Road. I think I was one of those people that wrote in on the internet earlier, and I don't live near the project, but I drive on Los Gatos Boulevard every day, and I see the empty car dealers, and I've watched Swanson Ford go on forever here is empty, and I am absolutely in support of building a beautiful facility like this to retain a top tax-paying corporate citizen. But really, watching that urban blight occur, I run Los Gatos Trail, I see those buildings that are there, I park in the back parking lots, which sit right on the trail. The improvement, the aesthetic improvement that will occur is dramatic. The quality of life improvement in Los Gatos, generated by tax revenue, by additional customers for our businesses, by additional funds for our schools, by the ability to improve the aesthetics, is a step that we need to take as a community in order to go forward and leave a great place for the young people that are coming up, for my children as they grow up here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next three speakers, Leslie Logan, John Shepherdson, and Diane Anderson. Ms. Logan.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Logan. I live at 136 Loma Alta Avenue in Los Gatos. Since 1932, the Logan family has been a part of Los Gatos. Our children are the third generation in our family to attend Los Gatos schools, and both my husband and I have been active in this community for many years. Tonight, I speak with you not only on behalf of my family, but also on behalf of the over 100 members of We Support Los Gatos. Our members have supported the Albright Way project along the way because it is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. In my opinion, and in our opinion, the project is consistent with the goals of the Town Council, the General Plan, and the Sustainability Plan. Over time, significant compromises have been made based on input from residents to make this the best possible proposal. The data that should be used for evaluation of this project is clearly represented in the EIR. Not personal perceptions, but standard professional peer-reviewed methodologies and conclusions that the impacts associated can be mitigated to a level that is less than significant. The substantial financial benefits of this particular project to both school districts without any of the negative impacts and costs associated with additional housing are both absolutely crucial when you consider all of the new housing coming our way. There are over 5,000 students attending Los Gatos Public Schools, for which I have been a strong advocate for the last 12 years. Their families represent one of the largest constituent groups in this town. There are literally hundreds of parents who volunteer on each and every one of our campuses every year. These people are engaged and involved, and they're watching. But this project isn't just good for our schools, it's good for our local business and good for our town. Our community will benefit significantly from having a development that would allow job growth while also providing additional revenue for town services. Netflix employees purchase goods and services and help sustain our small town atmosphere by expanding the consumer base for our merchants. Yes, there will be more cars on the roadways, but the effects can be addressed, and the improvements planned as part of the project will have benefits to pedestrian and bicycle safety, encourage eco-friendly practices, and significantly improve the aesthetics of the site. The project proposed is the size that allows Netflix to stay and grow in Los Gatos. A smaller development means we lose the opportunity. Tonight, I have a preliminary petition to the Town Council in favor of this project. It includes 266 signatures as of this evening, and more are signing every day. The comments show that as a community, we take pride in having a world-class business development and a company like Netflix in our town. So I must ask you, if not this project, then what will be the plan to replace the revenue lost to the relocated and defunct dealerships? I'm sure you're aware of the large percentage of the town's income that comes from Netflix. If you don't recommend this project, then what will be the plan to fill that hole in our town's budget, and when? What will be the plan to provide the same level of revenue for our schools in the face of so many new housing projects, so many new students? We need you to look past the delays, diversions, and hidden agendas and make a recommendation tonight. We need you to separate the facts from the fear. We need you to recommend this better vision for Los Gatos, one that preserves the things that make this town the vibrant community that we all love. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. John Shepherdson.
John Shepherdson, 120 Ogram, number 20. I'm a little nervous. We're pitting sort of our people against each other, and I don't think we have to be here, but the developers made that choice. The project is 25, presently it's out there 25 to 35 feet. He wants 65. He wants to go much beyond what the general plan is of 35 feet. Our elegant solution is to leave it at 35 feet. It's consistent with the development plan. We are for Netflix. We're not against business. We're just looking for something that accommodates the people that live in that area and reduces the risk of traffic. Our proposal avoids this gridlock risk because you're reducing it to 350,000 square feet. It protects vistas and views. It complies with the general plan. It protects privacy. It keeps school funding, which we all want. It keeps Netflix. And we're following the EIR. And, you know, I was a little bit concerned when we heard about delays and hidden agendas. Well, we want Netflix and we want business, but we don't want to break the law to do that. And when we originally passed this project without an EIR, really that's what we did, because the scale and mass of this project required a full EIR so that the entire community knows what the impacts are. And Lee Quintana was correct, and she was vilified by members here tonight, and she was correct. And there was really a breach of duty on the part of the town and the developer. And the developer has power. We can feel the money in the room. But it doesn't have to be against him. I'm not against Mr. Scheck and his group. I'm just suggesting that the 350,000 makes sense here. We can do underground parking that will give us more open space. You can go 2 stories high, and you can save money because you don't have to have the extra cost of going up 4 stories, so you can save the money and with a 2 story so you can afford the underground parking. That's why I think it's an elegant solution that we can, you know, Netflix is in lease for, I think it's 140,000. Well, with 350,000 more square feet, that triples what they have now. So in terms of their office use, we've heard that I think the traffic projection is 3.3 per 1,000. Well, if it's 6, 7, or 8, like in Mountain View, then we know that those traffic counts are going to be higher. And, you know, there's lots more I can say. The massive wall that's going to be out there. The cherry pickers, I think, is not in compliance with the EIR in terms of notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Diane Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Diane Anderson. I'm the president of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to represent our board of directors who strongly support the Albright Way project and respectfully request that the Planning Commission and Town Council approve this project as it is now proposed. We see the new Los Gatos Business Park as a critical economic development project for Los Gatos, one that pays for itself and creates vital revenue for the town. The project also allows a company that was founded in our town to continue to expand and grow. Netflix is a Fortune 500 company that has been an economic engine for this community. The influx of new employees from this development will directly support businesses as they purchase goods and services. The developers made significant changes in response to the community. The height of the buildings has been decreased by 20 feet and the housing component eliminated. The design is thoughtful in terms of significant setbacks, tree preservation, and fitting its setting. Also, major traffic improvements will be made along the Winchester and Lark corridor to address traffic flow and circulation concerns. The development of Class A office space in Los Gatos is critical to the economic well-being of our town. Class A office space is prized and sought after. The current businesses on the property have aged and are not up to current quality standards on the rental market. We need Class A office space and an office park development that is a win-win for business and for residents. We think this project is just that. It's the right use for the property and the right location for the project. It's designed to preserve the setting while allowing growth, and we feel it would be short-sighted not to approve the project. It's time for Los Gatos to open its doors to the types of businesses that bring prestige and additional tax dollars. It's time to be business friendly if we want to maintain the things that make Los Gatos the place to live and own property, as well as own and operate a business. If this project is not approved, it will be a resounding signal that Los Gatos is not the place to locate and build a state-of-the-art company. Los Gatos is not just a residential community, it is also a business community filled with businesses who have chosen to make Los Gatos their home, just as the residents have. Their needs and the needs of future businesses must be considered in this decision. The business community needs to know that there's support for growth and prosperity, and the residents need to know that concerns they initially expressed have been addressed. Perception is reality, and the longer this continues, the more Los Gatos will be perceived as a place that is unfriendly to business. Without business, Los Gatos cannot survive. We urge all residents of the town to support this valuable project, and we respectfully request that the Planning Commission and Town Council approve the project as it is now proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next three speakers, Joanne Bosworth, William Burns, and Peggy Gibbs.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Bosworth. I live at 303 Willow Hill Court in Charter Oaks. I've been a resident owner at Charter Oaks for 38 years, since 1975, a year before the original Albright Way development was built. When I bought into the complex, I could stand on my second floor balcony and look across the valley and actually see the Lick Observatory. The following year, without any prior warning or conversation, a tilt-up commercial building was erected within 50 feet of my back patio on the opposite side of the fence, and it obstructed my view forever. Nothing stays the same. We owners at Charter Oaks learned to live side by side with the Albright Way complex with as little interaction as possible. Now, there's been a big change. Over the past 3 years, there's been a lot more communication and interaction between the owners of the Albright Way Business Park and Charter Oaks, initiated primarily by John Schenk and Cynthia James and their staff in their efforts to present the new projected plans for Charter Oaks residents. They have asked for our input, our feedback. They've listened to our concerns, and they have shown some sensitivity to our needs. Their immediate neighbors, us, by responding very willingly to our requests for extensive tree trimming along the lot lines and some noise abatement from one of their buildings. I would hope that these communications between Charter Oaks and the developers, John Schenk, will continue and will be respected by all parties. It's nice to have them communicate with Charter Oaks. I can appreciate the fact that the sophisticated, upscale architecture of the buildings will provide a nice entry into Los Gatos along Winchester. It will be an improvement. I can also appreciate the fact that the tax revenues generated by the new development will benefit the town and the school system. But please remember, Charter Oaks owners pay their own share of the taxes. Charter Oaks has two major issues: safety and the impact the development will have on our privacy and our way of life. We need you, the town planners and the town council, to be sensitive to our needs. The residents of Charter Oaks are most concerned about increased traffic and the ability to stay safe when getting in and out of Charter Oaks onto Lark Avenue, and their loss of privacy when high buildings are erected close to boundary fences. I hear from people on the board that you're aware of how it looks from 85, how it looks from the trail, but I don't hear much about how it looks from Charter Oaks. And I see from the plan, there's a very large swath of land that's just parking lot. And I've understood that that comes from the planners, not the developer, to leave that space for the benefit of the hikers and the bikers. Please take into consideration that we as residents have a right to have our way of life protected, and we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. William Burns.
Good evening. I'm William Burns. My address is 140 Newell, and that's very close to this project. And we have had no contact from anyone from the town or from these people back here. We are violently opposed to this. We've had to put up with things in the town for many, many years. Anything that they wanted to dump, they put in the north end of town. Things that wouldn't go into Almond Grove or any of the other pleasant little areas of town, they seem to go where we are. Now we have this thing which is a monster as far as traffic. Traffic is already terrible at that location. And I keep hearing all the wonderful things about that Netflix building which is across the freeway, which to my mind is not even close to the character of the town. It's hideous. I have to drive by that thing every day, and if they want to have a whole pack of those in this place, it's going to be just another thing like LA or maybe Cupertino, but we're not Cupertino, fortunately. As far as the money that the town makes, I don't think we really have to be out there trying to increase the number of people that are brought into town to the extent that these people are talking about. The only thing they care about is making money. That's all this is about. It has nothing to do with the benefit to the neighborhoods or the benefit to the town. The project that's there, we were there when they built that. It's been quiet. It's been fine. They could have done some things, I think, with the way it was. But to build these 4 monstrous buildings, and I really appreciate the work that gentleman did showing the size of those, they're just massive. I don't see any reason why the town has to change its plan to give them the right to build 65-foot tall buildings. Nobody else has done that. Other developers have come to town. They've been able to sandwich their buildings in within the 35-foot height. But as far as what we have here, we look right down on that, and it's going to be a mess for several years to come. As far as the Netflix itself, we can't count on Netflix for being there for several years. If you read the stock reports on it, they are at times a possibility of a takeover or other things, and you can't plan everything based upon what they do. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Peggy Gibbs.
Hello. My name is Peggy Gibbs, and I live at 239 Vista de Sierra. We've lived here for over 20 years. Our children have gone through the schools here, and my husband and I both are business owners in town, as well as I'm on the Chamber of Commerce board. I think that something remarkable happened in the speaker prior to the last speaker that I wanted to note, and that is she was very open about the fact that the developer had worked very hard to be able to get their opinions heard, their input heard, and to make appropriate accommodations for those things. I think that's quite remarkable. I also think that she quite eloquently put many of the things in perspective that actually show why this should be approved. That we have a project that is going into a Class A development that already exists in town and has existed for a long period of time. That particular property is currently not to standard. So much so that even though Netflix is using it, they're using it because they must have the space to stay, not because it is appropriate for use. Many people have said, well, what happens if we lose Netflix? Well, I would like to say it differently. Great companies bring great companies. We're a vibrant town because of wonderful professionals and wonderful residents, wonderful businesses, and most of us chose to live here because of that vibrancy. But it only stays vibrant if we keep drawing those kinds of people with those kinds of innovations and those kinds of passions and energies and belief that together we can create the Los Gatos that will stay vibrant, that will protect what is precious, but always look to the future, to what we must change in order to embrace how we stay strong. That means that, yes, change is difficult. It always is. But change is necessary and change always will happen. How well we navigate that change matters. So I would say that I urge you to approve this project. They have thoughtfully and carefully answered everything you've asked them to do. And yes, if we want to have world-class companies come here, whether it's Netflix or anywhere else, anyone else, we must have this kind of space in town. If it's not developed, will it fall into further disarray? Will it look like the old auto dealers on Los Gatos, which really are a blight, and we should do something about?
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Next three speakers, Jennifer Grewal, Jeff Black, and Eric Eastland.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Graywall. I live at 103 Walnut Hill Court in Los Gatos. My husband and I have lived in the Charter Oaks community since 2000. We have 3 boys, all of them are at Blossom Hill School. For the past 5 years, I've served as the vice president of the Charter Oaks board, and I'd like to let you know tonight that the Charter Oaks board of directors is in agreement that the scope of this project needs to be reduced for traffic reasons and for visual impact reasons, especially given that our community is in the shadow of the proposed development. Tonight, my concern is traffic. Charter Oaks is one of several neighborhoods whose only access in and out is Lark Avenue. We spoke to the town about our traffic concerns when the current Netflix Aventino complex went in and we were ignored. Traffic got so bad after the original Netflix development reached capacity that the Charter Oaks board brought our own solution to the town. We asked that a left turn lane be turned into a merge lane for Charter Oaks Drive benefit. The council did grant this request to us. That change has been a pressure release for us. It has not been a complete fix. With this proposed development, there will be an estimated 3,000 or more additional cars on Lark Avenue. There are numerous other developments in the works that will need to use the Lark corridor, which will add more cars. Lark has every traffic issue a 1-mile road could have. There are times I drop my kids off at the JCC on Oka Road for soccer and then run errands while they're training. Currently, traffic gets so backed up between 4 and 4:30, it can take 3 or more traffic lights before I am able to make it through the left turn at Oka Road from Charter Oaks Drive. This is only a few hundred yards. The state is accountable for the lights at Oka and both of the 17 exchanges, and the town is responsible for the other 3 lights on Lark. There have been sync issues with these 2 systems in the years I have lived here, which have caused more traffic issues. The merge between the 17 Lark and Oka Road area is a nightmare around 4:15 to turn onto Oka with the people merging off of 17. The overpass coming down onto Lark allows drivers to pick up speed so when they're heading toward Winchester, so they're in excess of the speed limit. The intersection of Charter Oaks Drive and Lark Avenue has a blind spot from the railing over the creek. So you cannot see the cars as you are trying to edge out and turn left or right onto the road. The new University Avenue light backs up with cars leaving Charter Oaks Drive, no access out until they clear. The car wash often has cars backed out into Lark, causing delays for the right turn onto Lark Boulevard. The right turn onto Lark Boulevard is just backed up at any rush hour in the morning or in the afternoon. Los Gatos Boulevard turning onto Lark can take 2 to 3 lights or more during the morning and afternoon commute times. We want Los Gatos to flourish. We support this development, but we need you to do your jobs and make sure that our town is not in complete gridlock and a horrible place to live because of traffic. Right now, it is as though the town has abdicated its responsibilities and let this development pick and choose exactly what it wanted to do. Please do your jobs and oversee the development so that we can make sure it is done in alignment with the current standards that we have. It would be wonderful if we could get through this and have less gridlock rather than more. Please manage our town flow, our traffic, and our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Ms. Grewal. Commissioner Bourgeois has a question.
Ms. Grewal?
Grewal.
Sorry, I have a question for you. You touched on it ever so briefly, but I was curious as to your opinions on whether the new stoplight at Larkin University has helped the situation at all, and if so, how?
I don't believe that it's helped the situation. I don't believe it's significantly hindered it. It's just created different issues. I was trying to take a left turn the other day. There was traffic in the first lane as I was coming out. That person kindly stopped so that I had access to make the left turn. Unfortunately, there was zero traffic in the second lane, and the car 3 behind her decided to jackrabbit out. So fortunately, I was paying attention, but that was a very significant accident waiting to happen because that person gunned it, seeing that there was no traffic all the way through to the light at that point. So it's very significantly different issues. I don't know how else to address that for you.
To sum it up, it's not better or worse, it's just different.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Black.
Jeff Black, 362 Bachman Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'd like to offer my support to the applicant's project. I've been in the commercial real estate field for 36 years and specialize in the representation of high technology companies throughout the U.S. This evening, I want to comment on the design of the project, but also outline the benefits that this project brings to our town. First, the design. Today's high technology companies require office space that encourage collaboration with various work groups. The key here is close and convenient interaction. Second, these type of projects translate into multi-story buildings, typically in our marketplace that range from 5 to 8 stories throughout Silicon Valley. To accommodate workplace adjacencies for high technology companies, we've talked about this a lot, but I think it's important to note is floor sizes are key, and 30 to 40,000 square foot floor plates are what we see in today's marketplace. To accommodate a company's need for growth, today's new office developments typically are multi-building in nature and can range from single-story, multi-story buildings of 300,000 square feet to multiple buildings of projects over 1 million square feet. There are numerous examples of these types of projects currently under construction in Silicon Valley. The key takeaway here is that high technology companies need the ability to expand their operations. The ability of a project to accommodate expansion is an important factor in a company's decision to locate in any specific office project. So let's look at the Albright project and see how it stacks up. By Silicon Valley standards, it's a medium-sized project totaling 550,000 square feet. Its layout focuses on a 4-story, 4-building complex with a height topping out at 65 feet. The same project that you approved last year was 5 stories and had an 85-foot height. Again, by Silicon Valley standards, this is not considered a dense project. The developer has eliminated a residential element in the project that was approved last year, which means more land is allocated to the same size of office project. Next, the project is basically replacing 10 functionally obsolete buildings with 4 Class A buildings designed to attract today's high technology companies. In fact, the existing 10 buildings are single-story, totaling about 250,000 square feet. The new project, because of its multi-story nature, will actually cover less land, even when you take into account the parking structure for the project. Although I like the design and the visual impact of the project, for those who are concerned about the project's massive or visual impact, the developer has done a good job in lessening the impact of the project by providing substantial setbacks from Winchester Boulevard, where it's shielded by large redwood trees. The project's layout also takes advantage of the gradual downward slope toward the creek, which lessens its view from adjacent properties. Since the project has now been downsized from 5 to 4 stories, the project should have less visual impact than Netflix's current facility. So in summary, what's not to like about this project? Our town replaces obsolete 10 buildings obsolete light manufacturing buildings with 4 Class A office buildings. The project profile has been lowered, with the visual impact of the project lessened by substantial setbacks from Winchester Boulevard. The traffic generated by the project will be mitigated by acceptable levels established by the town. The project will provide additional sustainable revenue to our schools, fund city services, and provide our businesses to our town's retailer. And finally, while some critics will say that this project is not keeping with the town's small town feel, I would suggest that this type of project is exactly what we need to be able to maintain our small town feel in the future. There's no better way or place in Los Gatos to put this type of project than an interchange with easy access to 87 and Highway 17. For Los Gatos to maintain the small town feel, we need to be able to provide sustainable revenue to support our town schools, city services, and the retailers in our downtown area. The project will do this and provide the city with a Class A office project that you can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Eric Eastland.
Hi, I'm Eric Eastland, 201 Charter Oak Circle. I'm here to talk about business, the first one being VTA. VTA is, as I understand it, a major goal of the town's objectives, and that this project, the Albright project, will help further the line into the Vasona and help build the Vasona station. I'm here to assert that that's not possible. VTA is one of the worst public transit lines in the country, and only in fewer than 1% of Santa Clara County uses it. From a business standpoint, if your business is struggling, what are you going to do? You're going to expand? I don't think so. And this argument has been used for traffic mitigation and further revenue for the town, and I don't see it. Even John Shank, the developer, in one of the meetings, and Robinson asked him if it was possible that the station would never be built, and he said yes, it is possible. The second business I want to talk about is Netflix. And specifically, I want to challenge its loyalty to Los Gatos. I know with the recent project, the revenues, or the project that's been built, the revenues were supposed to go to the town. And when San Jose cut them a better deal, they bounced. They didn't give us anything. And I don't see any reason to trust them with this project. They want 4 buildings. They only plan to go. Right now, they only plan to go into 1 or 2. Businesses fluctuate all the time. In my lifetime, I've seen fads come and go, like, for example, MySpace. No one's on that anymore. The shifting of businesses is a big concern, and Netflix have already shown that when they get a better deal, they don't hesitate to betray us and to go take their business elsewhere, leaving us with, instead of 3 or 4 2-story buildings, we have 4 4-story buildings empty. I think the best solution is, again, the compromise that's been proposed, where it meets the standards of the town and keeps Netflix in Los Gatos. I don't like the idea of having a company have their foot on our throats, telling us what to do with their big wallets. I see it as they're holding us hostage. They're making us go against our values in order to get specifically what they want, and they're not taking no for an answer. And I think we need to put our foot down and keep to our values and be harder on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Easton. Next 3 speakers, Colin Frickmeyer, Jonathan Noble, and Stephen McNulty. So we try that again. Colin Frickmeyer, Jonathan Noble, and Stephen McNulty.
Jonathan Noble, 16231 Escobar. In the light of time, I just want to encourage you all to support this project. It's critical economic development. We've heard the reasons there. Critical for our schools. as a father who has two students in the school system here, recognize the strain our schools are under right now. This project is a win for the schools and is critically needed. In addition, town services, the town has been struggling as well with revenue. This is another win there. It's an incredibly well-designed project with appropriate setbacks. It's lowered the height by 20 feet, reduced the scope of the project by removing the residential. This is a great project for the town of Los Gatos, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noble. So Stephen McNulty, then followed by Bill Peterbaugh and Shiloh Ballard.
Good evening. My name is Stephen McNulty. I live at 16388 Los Gatos Boulevard in Los Gatos. My wife and I came down here tonight to urge you to approve the plan. We think that the design of this project is suitable to the location. Corporations today also allow telecommunicating, so it's not necessary that they're going to be crowding all the time. There's ways to occupy a building and not necessarily be there every day. The whole collaborative work environment will lend itself to these buildings, as was stated by the Netflix representative. Netflix would be good for the town because it will generate revenue, which is much needed for our schools, roads, parks, police, fire department, etc. And basically, we think the plan is great. They did a good job. They compromised where you asked them to, and we urge you to approve the plan. Thank you.
Bill Peterbaugh.
Bill Peterbaugh, 183 Long Meadow Drive. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for over 40 years. I remember the earthquake. So before the earthquake, downtown was kind of dying. I don't know if you guys are all around there, but the downtown was getting almost no business. Restaurants were very slow because there was a policy for cutting down the number of tables. After the earthquake, when they had to rebuild, they brought a consultant in and changed the whole complexion of the town and made it what I think is a vibrant city center now. And so I think there's a tendency, from my experience here, for Los Gatos to get a little insular in how we think, because it's cute, it's quaint, and so forth. But we are dependent upon the business world. We are dependent on creating jobs, and that's what this thing's going to do. And so I think we got to do it. The thing of Netflix having their foot on our neck, if I'm in Schenk's position, I could say, yeah, Netflix is great, but there's probably 4 or 5 or 6 other companies out there that could likewise fill a 500,000 square foot complex or something, the larger portion of that would love to be in Los Gatos. So whether it's Netflix, whether it's another firm, Los Gatos is still going to want to have that facility there to house that size company. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shiloh Ballard.
Good evening. My name is Shiloh Ballard. I'm here on behalf of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the Leadership Group, we represent about 375 companies in and around Silicon Valley, companies like Apple, HP, Microsoft, along with hospitals, schools. And our job is to represent the business community before you tonight. I will be brief because you need to get to deliberating and advancing a positive recommendation onto the town council. At least that's our hope. Much of what we would like to say has been said already, so I will just underscore one point in particular, and that is that Los Gatos is a part of a region, Silicon Valley and the Bay Area, and that's an important economic this is an important economic development opportunity for Los Gatos and the region. It will bring new jobs, high-tech jobs, absolutely the kinds of fantastic opportunities that Los Gatos needs and the region needs. So we absolutely encourage your support and hope that you make that decision here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. On behalf of all the planning commissioners, we'd like to express our appreciation for all of the members of the public who took their time to come and provide comments this evening. We are going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we will be, so everyone knows, we will be recalling the applicant, who will have a 5-minute period of time to respond. All the break. Thanks to everyone in the public for their patience with us taking about a 5-minute break. We will continue the public portion of the public hearing and provide the applicant, Mr. Schenk, and his representatives 5 minutes to address the commission. He left. Well,
while they find Mr. Schenk, I'm not allowed? Okay.
There's traffic in the restroom.
okay, we're going to give him a couple of seconds to, but we'll recall the applicant, Mr. Schenk, and provide 5 minutes.
Sure.
to respond. Thank you very much.
I'm going to thank you very much and apologize for being tardy. I'm going to defer a little bit of time here for Mr. Wells, who has a comment.
Just real quick, I wanted to at least address or at least rebut the comments made a couple times about our decision to move the DVD division. The facts around that are when we made the decision to split the DVD division off, the lead of that division chose to move the division closer to our Northern California distribution center, which was in Fremont. And we had a number of engineers, his support engineers, that lived in the East Bay. So he made that decision prior to even seeking an agreement with San Jose. Finding an agreement with San Jose for sales tax abatement was made after we'd actually chosen to move there. So just to set the record straight. On top of that, as we all know, that decision was somewhat ill-fated. And the sales taxes actually never moved out of Los Gatos. So they continue to go to Los Gatos, and they always have.
Okay, thank you. I wrote down a few comments here, so if you don't mind, I'll just get to them quickly. Regarding aesthetics, I'd like to point out that in response to Commissioner Bourgeois and some of the public comments, the significance criteria in the EIR is based not only on CEQA, but also on town policies that are addressed in the general plan. And they're also described in the EIR. The policies support tree preservation, high-quality architecture, protection of scenic vistas, small-town character. The EIR contains extensive visual simulations, some of which are up here on the wall, of the project, including views to and from Charter Oaks using the town's criteria and as reviewed and validated by the town's visual consultant. The EIR concludes that the project will not have a significant impact based on the Los Gatos criteria. While we appreciate that the buildings will be visible and there will be change, that is not a significant impact under the town's criteria. Regarding a second point, which was the environmentally superior alternative, that as it's described in the EIR, it would not meet many of our or the town's objectives. At 350,000 square feet, this alternative would not provide the type of space that is needed and that we seek to attract the types of tenants both the town and we desire. It would not take full advantage of the town's existing and planned transportation infrastructure, including policies of the Vistona Light Rail area. In addition, staff's been provided a report from a company called EPS indicating that this alternative would not be financially feasible. And I'd also like to point out that this is an area we're not changing the use. It was identified a very long time ago as the best location in town for office. It was designed to meet the needs of the market 40 years ago, and what we're proposing are buildings that meet today and the next decade's needs and desires for the best quality office that should be in Los Gatos. And for the last 2 minutes here, we'll have our traffic engineer speak to a few of the traffic. Are we having traffic engineer? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robert Del Rio with Hexagon Transportation. We prepared the traffic study for the EIR of this project. Just want to quickly address a couple of the comments that were raised tonight in regards to occupancy trends in office development. wrote down a few points here. Our trip rates that were used in the traffic study are based on ITE rates, which is taken from an industry manual that's used across the country. The ITE trip generation manual is the most accurate and reliable source of trip generation estimates in the traffic engineering industry. The manual contains a compendium of actual trip generation counts that are conducted at actual office parks by contributing traffic engineers around the country. The use of the IT trip generation manual is identified by the Congestion Management Program Traffic Study Guidelines published by VTA, which govern the preparation of traffic studies in Santa Clara County, including the town of Los Gatos. So despite the discussions that were raised tonight and comments in regards to trends of office space, those comments are based largely on guessing of what the trends are today. I have not seen any data to support those occupancy trends and associated trip rates. So if you have any questions in regards to the IT manual and the estimation of traffic for the project, I'd be happy to answer those questions.
Thank you.
I guess the last thing I'd offer up is that in response to some of the visual simulations and other things that I'm sure people have generated with good intentions of trying to understand the project from their own perspectives, they're inaccurate. I can just tell by looking at them. And what we've done, following the town's guidelines and procedures, are accurate, so I encourage you to use those as your resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shank. Are there questions for the applicant at this time from members of the commission? Commissioner Sayoc.
Mr. Shake, if I could ask of your traffic engineer?
Yes.
I just want to follow up on your comment about using ITE data for occupancy trends. And you made the comment that you have data that's used nationwide. Is there sites, localized regional data that you can use that would make it more specific to our area?
No, we don't have anything available to us that are localized. We do trip generation surveys when we do traffic studies occasionally of existing buildings, like we did with this one, to estimate the amount of traffic that's going to be replaced or added to. So I did look at some recent study that I have completed in the area and found I'm actually working on 6 different office developments in Santa Clara County right now. I went back and looked at the counts for those existing buildings, and the average rates of those buildings today are actually less than what we are using or what ITE is providing. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, it does, and I do have a follow-up. Okay, it does. So the traffic studies that were prepared for this specific project, we used, I believe, a density of 301 square feet per employee. And so today, one of the tenants that is going to occupy it is Netflix. And one of the things that the facilities, I apologize, I don't remember her name, but the facilities person mentioned was that they look at density of 250 to 300. So if we have specified information that was presented today on what the density would be, shouldn't the traffic study reflect what that information is versus the nationwide trend?
That could be done if we are directed to do so, if we have an actual tenant. I will say that every one of the traffic studies I am currently working on, there's, again, 6 of them in Santa Clara County. There's not an identified tenant for those developments. And we have used the ITE rates for each one of them.
But I thought you do have a tenant now. I thought.
No, but I understand your question about employee densities, that you should adjust the trip rates based on those employee densities, if you know that. I don't know that we know that Netflix is going to occupy these buildings 10 years from now. So I would suggest, like what is being done with these other studies, is that this traffic study's purpose is to provide you a planning level analysis to make decisions on the impacts of these developments. If we know for sure that those employee densities are going to occur, then yes, we can do an analysis of that or adjust the trip rates. I don't know that we know that for sure.
And I'm not the expert, but I also understand there's not a direct correlation from head counts in a building in traffic, in trip generation, because of carpooling, biking to work, busing, van pools, all the things that can happen. There's not a direct correlation from how many people are in a building and how many cars are on the road. I don't know if you can speak to that, but.
Well, the ITE does provide trip rates based on employees. However, the data is limited, so it's not recommended that it be utilized. But what those trip rates show is that there is no correlation between employee density and our increases in employee density and peak hour traffic. It just spreads out. It tends to spread out is what happens. My opinion of it is if you increase the employee density, what's going to happen is that you have employees arriving outside of the peak hours. That seems to be what happens with these high-tech companies is they're very flexible with their hours. So it does not, or I would say, an increase in employee density does not correlate to an increase in peak hour traffic, which is what we are attempting to analyze in the traffic analysis.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Saya.
I'm trying to understand the logic that's going into that. One other aspect and one other perspective to look at it, and again, I'm going to focus now on the EIR. We have to prepare a document that looks at the most conservative estimates for, in this case, traffic. And now you're saying, and I understand your logic of looking 10 years from now, we don't know what the trend will be 10 years from now. But if we have information readily available that says this is what the density trend is going to be once that building is occupied, and this is the information that was put into the traffic analysis, aren't we incorrect now because we're not using those numbers?
I would not say we're absolutely incorrect because we do not know how those increases in density, employee densities, correlate to peak hour traffic. Again, we don't know that they correlate. We don't have the data to show that. We'd have to run out and do surveys of these offices that have those ratios of employees per square foot to come up with an actual trip rate for the peak hour.
It also assumes that the numbers that that Ms. D brought up related to their current buildings, which are amalgam of little buildings and medium-sized buildings, would be applied to our entire project as well, is where you're headed. They've leased one building, which would be a unique building for them in terms of their ability to use and the flex spaces and all of that. And we don't know who's going to be in the other buildings. So I don't know that there's an issue with how they use their current spaces and what those ratios work out to, and then trying to apply that to the 4 buildings or all of the square feet that we're asking for. Does that make sense? I mean, we're back to industry standards, and that's why we've designed it the way that we have, because we know that it's going to meet the needs of the market, and the parking counts and the everythings have been analyzed and follow those standards. I'm just thinking we may be taking out of context her thoughts on the existing buildings versus the one, and then applying that to all 4. I think that's not right.
Okay, before we move forward with any further questions, the town has a policy and a protocol for the Planning Commission that calls for the Planning Commission to end its business at 11:30 p.m. unless the commission takes action to extend the meeting. So I would invite the possibility of a commissioner entering a motion that we would extend the meeting. Commissioner Smith.
Also move to extend the meeting beyond 11:30.
Do we have a second? Commissioner O'Donnell, all in favor, say aye. Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm also wondering, I have observed a number of buses going to Netflix, taking employees home and bringing them in the morning. I've also observed parking lots in town. Actually, they're not parking lots, they're churches. They're sites that eventually will have buildings where employees park and are then picked up by buses. So I assume there's some impact on traffic at places that use buses to bus their employees. Have you ever looked into that?
No, I don't have any data on that.
Okay, but Mr. Schenk, have you, I take it somebody from Netflix must know what kind of...
I've seen those buses and I've heard stories of those buses. I don't believe they're Netflix buses. I understand they're other companies' buses.
I lived at Aventino for 6 months, and believe me, they picked up people at Netflix, and there were several buses. I'm surprised nobody's... I mean, it's got to have some impact, and I'm also aware, for example, the Presbyterian Church leases their properties, Presbyterian, I think it's Presbyterian, to, for the same purpose, not for Netflix, for somebody else.
That's what I was alluding to.
And one of our sites right on the boulevard is now full of cars every day. Guess what? It's the same thing. So I'm just saying, you're using general numbers, which is fine with me. Otherwise, we get into all this stuff that we don't have any numbers on. And we can't do that, I don't think.
And I don't think there's been studies on the specific busing, but I would think when they're doing studies of projects, if a bus is going in and out, they're counting that as a trip. They're not excluding those.
Can I quickly
Hold
clarify?
on a second. Other questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thanks for Mr. Schenk. It's kind of a more general question. If I remember correctly in your introductory remarks, which many hours ago, you said you wanted this to move on to town council. So I'm assuming you really are looking for an up-down vote from us tonight. I think you've heard some of the concerns, but it doesn't sound like you're open to, the reduced intensity alternative at this time, or making modifications to the plan at this time. You're not, what you're telling me by wanting an up-down decision is that you're not open to any changes to the plan at this time.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions for the applicant at this time? If not, we'll close the public portion of the
Thank you very much.
public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Schenk. So to my fellow commissioners, I would ask a question, given that it's 11:30. We have one of two choices. We can launch into the deliberations and attempt to take action tonight, or early in the morning, depending on how long it takes us to do that. Or we could choose to continue only for the purposes of doing the commission's deliberations to the next meeting. I don't have a recommendation, but would pose the question. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have two responses to that. One is, it's very fresh in our minds now. I'm going to be optimistic and assume that we could do this in the next half an hour. Secondly, I'm not going to be here at the next meeting, and after sitting here for all these hours, I would feel aggrieved.
I think, out of respect for my colleague and friend, Commissioner O'Donnell, we should continue on. So the chair would open the to questions from the commission to the staff, or any of the consultants that are available, or comments at this time. Commissioner Sayat.
Actually, I do have several questions to staff specific to the EIR. So should I just ask them, and then we'll see who's best to answer? One of the issues that was discussed was neighborhood compatibility. And in the EIR, there was a lot of comparison with Netflix Aventino, which is its neighbor to the north, yet not as much discussion about the neighbors to the east, Charter Oaks, Courtside, and Smith Ranch. I'm trying to think what else is in the proximity, and the density and the height of those. And if I could just hear from those that prepared it, the distinction in choosing which neighborhoods to compare with.
Hello, I'm Valerie Geyer, and I wrote the land use section. So I think that because it's an industrial, the property is zoned industrial, we were primarily looking at its consistency with the land use patterns in that area, the emphasis being the Vasona light rail element, and just basically the general plan land use policies. So land use compatibility in terms of the adjacent land uses, we look at a combination of factors, being noise and setbacks. So in this case, the project, when you compare the project setbacks to the existing setbacks of the parking lots and the buildings along the Charter Oaks property boundaries, the project actually increases the setbacks of the buildings. So the parking garage is actually set back farther from Charter Oaks than the existing building. The parking lot next to the creek is actually set back. It's set back about 13 feet farther from the top of bank of the creek. We felt that in terms of the other issue with land use compatibility has to do with visual impacts. So there's sort of the interaction of all these various factors. With Smith Ranch, I think their impacts we felt were best represented aesthetically by looking at how visible the project was from Winchester Boulevard, and they would be slightly farther from the project. So and also, you know, the simulations kind of represent another factor in land use compatibility with respect to the Charter Oaks residents.
And one other, you mentioned the setbacks. One of the things that I wanted to talk about is the compatibility with the guidelines and standards for land use near streams. And in there, it mentions that because the setback is pushed, I believe, 10 feet away, or I think you mentioned 13 from the creek,
From the top of bank.
From the top of the bank, that it would actually be a net environmental improvement. One of the concerns that I had, though, is was there any research or discussion looked at how increasing the density and intensity actually will affect the riparian corridor? Not necessarily, because it mentions existing baseline conditions would move. You'd move the project site, but you don't talk about how the project itself would be increasing. So you have increased number of people and increased number of intensity, excuse me, and how that would affect the stream in the riparian corridor.
Well, we looked at the direct and the indirect impacts on the creek and the effects of this project. I think in terms of the indirect impacts of increased use, we look at water quality is an indirect impact on the creek and how this project would affect it. In terms of actual population, like if you have more people walking around, they would be people using the trail. They wouldn't be people in the creek. So there isn't really a direct impact from an increase in population on the site, since the site is adjacent to it and there's an existing urban use on the site. The disruption to wildlife that is associated with urban use would be the same. And in terms of increased lighting and that type of thing, the guidelines are pretty specific about that too, in terms of not increasing. I think lighting is probably one of the more important factors, and I'm pretty sure it is mentioned in the biological resources section about limiting, increase in lighting in that area.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is obviously, I think, a very difficult decision. It's one that ultimately we're not going to make because the council will. But there was a very good discussion tonight from both sides. I find myself saying, if we want Class A office buildings, I'm prepared to accept the testimony I heard tonight describing what you need for Class A office buildings. Now, if the town decides they don't want Class A office buildings, that would be a council decision, not my decision. But if you first decide that you do want that, and then you further believe on the evidence we have before us as to the economic feasibility of having a lower density, 350,000 square feet rather than 550, and that's the only evidence we have on that, the viability of that. It's really, I mean, I agree with everybody. I've lived here for over 40 years. I liked it better 40 years ago, but it's not 40 years ago. And so I guess the question is, I think it could be a very beautiful project. I happen to think it's probably a good idea to have some Class A office space in town, and that seems to be, if you think about the possible locations in this town, I can't think of a better one. Now, all that being said, obviously reasonable minds could differ, but I am at the point now where I think in light of the town's policies, the general plan, and this EIR. I mean, we have an EIR which essentially supports the project. So if we don't want to agree with that EIR, then I guess we ought to say why we don't. There are some things we can feel in our bones, one of which is the traffic. But I am not a traffic expert. I have an EIR that tells me that it is mitigated adequately. So I'm just saying this, that I almost hate to say it because you immediately get half the people you know mad at you. But to me, it's simply a decision, does this town want that kind of development or not? I think it's justified, but I also think if the town decided, no, we don't want that, that will have substantial repercussions on the town and long-term repercussions that I think elected politicians should decide. I'm not one to decide that. So long and short of that, I think the EIR is more than adequate. And two, I think that I would support the project.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
It's funny, I agree with the comments of Commissioner O'Donnell, but I think I reached the exact opposite conclusion, even though I agree with everything he just said. I don't think it's good planning to plan out of fear of losing one tenant. I really get concerned when we talk too much about the fiscalization of our land use policy. And I didn't know this is a complicated issue. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time going through this material, and I didn't know what I was going to do coming in here, but something crystallized for me in hearing all the testimony tonight. And I kept coming back to why the town allows a planned development. And I mentioned it earlier, and one of the speakers mentioned it, and it's to accommodate excellence in planning and to optimize open space. That's why we do a PD. It is not a mechanism to circumvent the underlying zoning, right? So what is being asked of us is a very significant deviation from our existing zoning. And so that, I mean, the likes of which don't exist in this town, and that in and of itself should give us pause. If this is, and I wrote down that exact quote that Commissioner O'Donnell mentioned because I think it was Ms. Gibbs that said, if we want to attract Class A office space, blah, blah, blah. I agree with that. I don't know that that's what we want to do. I think this is a great location for it. I think it would be a great use for the site, but not at sacrificing all of the fundamental values of our general plan and our underlying zoning. We've spent a lot of time as a community developing that vision for our town. And, if we don't like those zoning codes, we should change them, right? We shouldn't make exceptions every time we don't like them. I think we have a set of values that as a community we've come together and said, hey, this is what our general plan says. We just updated it. A lot of effort went into it. And so I have a lot of time, I have a hard time just ignoring that. And I think it boils down to what Los Gatos is and what we want it to be. And to answer that, I mean, I have my own opinions, but to answer that as a planning commissioner, I have to look to the language in front of me. I have to look to our ordinances. I have to look to our general plan. And that leads me to, I think there's a solution here. And I'm disappointed that they don't want to go back and do a redesign because I do think there is a happy medium. I think there is a solution where we can redevelop this site in a way that more wholly meets our zoning. And so I'm disappointed that they're not willing to do that, and so I would be leaning toward denial.
I'd just like to set the record straight. I did not say that I was supporting, and if I did, I misspoke, the Netflix project. This is not a Netflix project, because I understand that whether Netflix is there or not, Class A office building is a commitment to a Class A office building. And that also means that I don't know who the tenant's going to be. It is, it's great if it's going to be Netflix. That's great, but that's not what I'm talking about. And secondly, you say the concept that we don't have anything similar to this seems to be belied if you go down the block to the existing Netflix building, which is fairly close in height. So to say there is nothing else like this is possible, but it doesn't seem to be borne out by observation or facts.
Commissioner Sayoc.
One point that I want to just put in, and then I'll give my general thoughts. Specific to the height, I'm looking at sheet A2.4 that was presented to us. And I've been studying this sheet in particular a lot because in the EIR and in a lot of the discussion, we talk about how this building is similar to the Netflix Aventino and that it's only 5 feet lower in height. So I'm staring at this and I just look at the majority of 100 Winchester. The majority of that building's height tops off at 43 feet, whereas the majority of what is being proposed tops off at 63. And that's a 20, to me, it depends on what you're looking at. To me, that's a 20-foot difference, no longer a 5-foot difference. And when we talk about increasing density, increasing height, that this is an appropriate location, yes, I do agree. Class A commercial office space in this location is the adequate place to do it. But I do think that we have to be careful and look at what is existing in our town codes and in our policies, at what is actually written versus guessing what is actually wanted from our general population. The general plan states that it's 35 feet. Now, there's interpretation that because it's in the the light rail transit element, that it could go higher. And there's a lot of, you use Netflix and 100 Winchester as an example of that. But again, you're going above that height. You're not capping it at what it is. And again, my own interpretation is, if you look at it aesthetically, that's a significant difference. When you're looking at the height of 100 Winchester, the top of the tower is at 60, but the majority really does cap off at 43. And if you look at that, that's a pretty significant height difference, especially if you're going to have 4 of those. And so, I understand the desire and the need for Class A office space. That's one issue that we have to address. But we also have to make sure we develop this project appropriately, correctly, based on what's within our policies and our regulations. And I just don't find that the general plan has allowed us to go to that height exemption without any further guidance other than this one example at 100 Winchester. And one other thing that I'd like to talk about with regards to aesthetics, understanding that within the EIR, there's significant criteria that we have to meet. But within our own general plan and all the specific plans that we use, we always talk about the vistas to the mountains. And when you do block that, regardless of what vantage point you are, that's a significant impact, because in almost every single document that we have, we always talk about protecting that scenery. It's in the vision statement. It's the very first thing within our general plan. And so to me, even though that's not a significant criteria that we've developed, That should be embedded in what we're looking at when we're making evaluations within the EIR of what's aesthetically significant. So I have a hard time moving away from that, and I'm just having a hard time making the findings that are necessary to say that this would fit within what we have currently allowed.
Commissioner Birch.
I agree with my commissioners, Commissioner Bourgeois and Commissioner Sayoc. I believe that the guidelines have been developed for a reason, and in a sense, in many ways, we are tied to those. I do, however, believe that the town would benefit from Class A office space. I think that there are some wonderful tenants out there that could benefit the town. One of the things that has got me, which I know we've talked about, is the height. And while I agree the floor plan size is very typical, I mean, I know I read somewhere in there you're comparing it to Moffett Towers, and I think every single one of those buildings had a 35,000 square foot floor plan. But those are 8-story buildings, and I don't think we can compare Los Gatos to Moffett Towers. We are a completely different community, and we are focused on something very different. I believe, like Commissioner Bourgeois said, there's a compromise somewhere in here. And I would hope that together we can find that, because I do know that there are fantastic companies that are renting out 2-story buildings and renovating them if they're older, or building new and flourishing. And I don't think that we have to have a 4-story plus building in order to attract those companies. And that's been my experience. So at this point, I definitely know I would be looking for hopefully some compromise and some change.
I don't know what is left for me to say, because three of you have eloquently addressed all the issues. I would support the redevelopment of this area, but it has to be consistent with what's in our general plan. 35 feet is in our general plan. The PD overlay zone is asking for a height exception, but I have to wonder if we did that, would this, and to get it approved, wouldn't this have to be a GP amendment approval or exception? Would we have to amend the general plan?
If that's a question, then the answer is no.
We don't have to amend it if we accept this?
Correct.
The PD, okay. But as we know, as commissioners, a PD is for specific site design to make it, and in the case of the town's goals, it was to mitigate traffic. That was one of their project goals for this. And it didn't seem like that was going to happen. And it seemed like the most affected street or avenue or road or whatever Lark Avenue, thank you, is going to be Lark Avenue. All on Lark Avenue, we already have 6 stoplights there. And then to just, and I think compromise was a really good word, and I'd like to focus on that, because I think the one thing we are really good at in this town is compromising. And we all have to give a little to get. But we can't ignore the residents that have been there for years. That's a site constraint, and that's what you needed to design around. Undergrounding is a wonderful idea. I'm sorry it's been dismissed. I think the other thing is that I read, and this is what I couldn't verify, but I read from one of the brokers of this project, I believe, in the back, is it Turley? I can't remember, said that the average, they did a 40 project research, and the average of Class A office was 5 stories. But that's just the average. So that tells me that there must have been some Class A office space and company space that was below the 5 stories. But we didn't get to discuss that because it didn't seem like the applicant was willing to compromise. So I think with that, I don't know if we need to go over our height, and you had us wanting to go over all these other issues. Is that something you want us to address, or not?
Leave that up to the chair. You can run down the lists. I think many, if not all of those issues have been addressed through the conversations this evening.
Yeah, I was just listening to that. The freeway signs, really disturbing to me. Very disturbing to me. If I were ever to see a glowing freeway sign on a building that's hanging over 85, that would tell me that we have a new standard in town, and that wouldn't go with anything that's in our commercial design guidelines. Anyway, so I think I'll just stop there. So, thank you.
I guess I will jump in as the chair. So while I would appreciate and understand and agree with the commissioners that the town adopts a general plan and those provide guidelines for the town, the guidance that we get from the town council also contemplates the possibility that one would, in certain instances, create an overlay zone, a planned development for certain purposes. So the direction that we've gotten from the council is, in fact, to contemplate the fact that those kind of guidelines may not apply in all circumstances and may not help the town meet its goals. In order to do that, as Commissioner Bourgeois pointed out, it's excellence in planning, orderly planning, quality design, those kinds of things. My sense is that the quality of the design, the excellence in planning, in terms of if one is assuming, again, as Commissioner O'Donnell pointed out, that one wants to have Class A office space in town, that they've done an excellent job of planning for that to accomplish that goal and so forth. Whether one wants to, I'm not sure what I think about the maintaining open space. I'm not sure how to interpret that, because they've maintained open space by creating more space on the spot. So I'm not on the site. So I don't know whether that meets the criteria or not to do that. So for me, it seems like one could support a project of this nature if one is assuming that one wants Class A office space in the town, and we've gotten direction which would allow us to move forward in that direction.
Thank you. So I'm the last to speak. This whole process is a balancing act, and it's a balancing for me of the present and the near future and the further future. I do not quantify this in my own mind as the Netflix process or project, but I do see that there is a need for Class A office space, and as I travel all through town, I can't think of a better project place, a location, than this location for that. I am not disturbed by the height of the buildings because I do believe two things. One, that the higher the buildings actually, to me, was more of a protection for Charter Oaks because it gave greater setbacks. And secondly, the very mature trees that are there was going to hide a lot of that Balkan mass. I do think that it's a very attractive project, and I would have recommended that it move forward to the town council. So that is my comments to my fellow commissioners.
Other comments? A motion? Or other questions, clarifications of staff? Commissioner Bourgeois.
So I'll make an attempt at a motion. Again, to reiterate, I think we're all in support of Netflix. We're all in support of, or at least I'm in support of having this site redeveloped into Class A office space. I just have trouble with several issues about the current design. And so I am going to forward a recommendation of denial of the plan development and architecture and site application to the town council for the following reasons. I think the height is too much of an exception over the existing zoning. I don't think it's within the spirit of a plan development to just circumvent the underlying zoning. It's for excellence in design. We've seen many cases where we've had very odd shaped parcels, and because of all the setbacks, they need to put their building in a weird position. That makes sense. If you have a pie-shaped parcel, you might need some exceptions to setbacks and such for excellence in design. That's the sort of thing, and then for some of these larger scale projects too, you get weird shaped parcels. And so, but the height and the mass and scale, I don't think are consistent with the town character. Neighborhood compatibility, it is compatible with the Netflix project, but this is adjacent to several different types of uses, and so I think it's in a very difficult position where it's not just surrounded by similar uses. I think it's gotta fit into the context of all of its neighbors and not just those. The community benefit and phasing, I don't really have significant issues with, and yeah, those are the main reasons. The intensity of the use as well for the increase in traffic. I do think one of the reduced intensity alternatives would have been a much better fit for this location. So that's my motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'll second the
Commissioner
motion.
Second by Commissioner Sayoc. Their discussion of the motion.
I would just,
Commissioner Tausel.
yeah, I will support this motion, and I would also encourage the town council to perhaps look at the other reduced alternative that we actually didn't have presented to us, but might be worth exploring. May I add that to the seconder and the maker of the motion? Okay, thank you.
Other discussion of the motion? If not, the chair will call the question. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. So we have a motion which passed with Commissioners O'Donnell, Smith, and Erickson voting against the motion. Since it's a recommendation going to the town council, there aren't appeal rights. Right, yes, right. Just for they keep bugging me about remembering that, so I just want to assure them that I got it. Yeah. So we have a report from the Director of Community Development.
Yeah, I have a 14-page director's report tonight, so it shouldn't take more than 45 minutes. No, we had 2 items that were approved by the DRC. One was at 15640 Shannon Heights Road. It was an architecture and site application requesting approval to construct a new second story on property zone HR 2.5, which was approved. And we had another project approved by the DRC for 238 Vista Del Monte, which was requesting approval to demolish an existing home and construct a new home, which was also approved. Anyone who's interested in looking at those plans are available from 8 to 1 Monday through Friday in the Community Development Department.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Any members of the commission have other commission matters? If not, we're adjourned.